is ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town. Casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Monday. Welcome back from the weekend. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Tom Sabo and Nick Does Futures. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, Chet. Hello, Abhishek, Danny, and Magnus. Hello, Nick and Terry. What's going on?
How y'all doing?
Good.
Awesome.
I feel recharged from the weekend. It was a good weekend.
Definitely recharged and refreshed. So looking forward to this.
Me too.
I felt like it was a long time between Friday and Monday. You know what I mean? Like I felt like it was a little extra long. Maybe I was doing a lot of traveling, but yeah, I felt like it was a long time. How was y'all's weekends?
Well, lots of sleep again, but yeah. So actually, I started to do the Christmas shopping. I had to do it early, because I want to be done with everything by December. To be honest, I really want to do everything by then.
Early planning.
Something like that.
Yeah. Nick, how was the game that you went to?
It wasn't very good. It wasn't very good at all. Yeah, it was a blowout, so it wasn't very fun. But I will say the Chiefs lost. So anytime the Chiefs lose, it's always a great day, no matter how bad your day is going. Whenever they lose, it's great. So, yeah. Other than that, it was pretty good. My other team won Friday night, so that was good. So yeah, I'm like 2-1 on the weekend. It was good. I saw the Bills won as well. But yeah, no, excited to. I feel like this week, because my birthday is usually like it's Thursday this week, but I feel like it's so much like Thanksgiving's later in the month this year. I don't know why, and Black Friday, because like if I look at the calendar here, it's like the 20. It's literally like the 27th, 28th is Thanksgiving. So I feel like it's always like the 22nd, 23rd, but maybe it's just maybe we'll get some early Black Friday sales.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Speaking of sales, the promo continues, the rapid add-on. It's free with My Funded Futures. And guess what we get to do today on our show?
I hope more free stuff. I really hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Okay.
I get to request with everyone a payout from a rapid add-on account.
Let's go.
Let's go. We're going to request 1,900 together later. We'll do that together.
That's amazing. Terry, congratulations. Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. Wow.
Thank you. It's the reason why they call it rapid is because it truly is rapid. Like I passed the eval in 2 days. Yeah, exactly. That too. I passed the eval in 2 days, and then I made monies that third day. So you can make daily payouts very rapidly. And then also with our instant payouts, it's going to be awesome.
I mean, this is amazing. Technically, you just did the fastest way to get a payout. And that investment is definitely paying off now. In just a few days, you have it. You are going to have it instantly on your account. That it's, wow, like it doesn't get invested in this, really.
Exactly. Thank you so much, you guys. Who would like to get us started first, Nick or Tom?
Go, Nick.
I'll go first here. Let's see. I'll start with NQ and yeah. So I had to move down obviously on Friday, right? But the candle closed pretty bullish. So I'm interested to see what we do here on Monday, because on ES and NQ we both pulled up into this daily gap. So I want to see. Like, not saying I won't take a trade today, but I want to see how this daily candle prints. Because if you look at the hourly, I was actually able to take a part in this move up. I'll break down that trade here in a second. It's also on my YouTube and my Twitter, the shortened version. But I want to see if we can respect these gaps here at 67.47 through 67.26 on the ES and start to go higher. We do have this week. We have a couple of big news events. So we have Orange Folder Today, Trump's going to speak later today. Nothing tomorrow. FOMC minutes on Wednesday at 2 p.m. and then NFP on Thursday at 8:30, and followed by 9:45 PMI on Friday. And also there is some orange folders in there mixed in there as well. I'm gonna check the yellow folder right now, make sure there's no like bond, any sort of crazy bond. No bond auctions or anything like that. So, but this is our first full week of price action, like amidst the government reopening, I guess you could say. I'm also gonna go check earnings whisper right now. That's a pretty good account to follow. It talks about some of the earnings. I do know that we have Nvidia this week. Nvidia is, I think, Wednesday after the close. So I think we could see a bullish week on indices. I think we could see a pretty big daily candle on Wednesday and maybe even Thursday. So really the only ones we got are Nvidia, in Webull and Target, stuff like that. But Nvidia is like I say that big one. That's Wednesday after close, followed by NFP on Thursday. So looks like that Wednesday through Friday range is going to be majority of like the weekly range. I think that's going to be made. So I'm not saying I want to, like I say, not take a trade today, but I want to see how we print. I want to see if we can get some sort of movement to the upside, or was this maybe like a dead cat bounce sort of ordeal? Was this like a random move to the upside? So I want to see on NQ 24,970 get respected through 25,071. If we lose that, we'll probably go to that previous day low on Friday. So yeah, keep note of that, of those news events, Wednesday through Friday, and then even, like I say, tomorrow, or later tonight, Trump speaking. Let's go over to gold here. Gold's currently inside of a daily gap that came into on Friday. What you could do is watch the hourly chart and sort of have like highs and lows marked off, because we had this move a couple of weeks ago, right? Like it was inside of some consolidation, and then once it finally broke, it really broke out. So we're kind of seeing that here so far to start the week, but I want to see what happens within this range. Nothing I really care about inside of here. There is a lot of low resistance liquidity above us, so maybe like a sweep lower would be nice, and then go higher inside this daily gap. I think the market's really going to be waiting for that NFP on Thursday, followed by Nvidia Wednesday. So it's going to be a pretty crazy week in terms of that. Let me break down the trade I had on NQ on Thursday or Friday. I'm sorry. So we did have a pretty big low sweep. Let me go out to the 4-hour. So we had the previous weekly low that was ran in here, and I wanted to see price start to make a move for the highs on Friday. There was so many relative equals in here. This is like an Asia. I would say this is probably my A+ setup, and that's why I size pretty good on it. We had consolidation here in Asia. Yeah, okay. So consolidation, Asia, London, a move lower, and then New York had that Judas swing right at 9:30 open to the low. So I wanted to see this ran. I talked about on Friday, and I want to see a push up higher. I wasn't going to get a little FOMO. I wanted to be patient, because this move up was kind of hard to watch when I sort of predicted it after we closed here at 9 a.m. 10 a.m. the 9 a.m. candle closed above it. So this turned into like a 1-hour IFEG. So 1-hour IFEG. So I was using this to frame longs to where Asia highs up here. These were pretty relative equal. I talked about this in the video as well. Like this to me it just stuck out all morning. So price came into there, dropped down to 1 minute on NQ, and price came lower there, finally displaced higher right here, got tagged in, and then it was very nice move to the highs by 15. So yeah, it was pretty.
That's great.
Yeah, almost no
Wow.
drawdown on that trade, which was very nice. Came down. Once I saw this move up, I was like, I don't think it may not come back into this level, but it did. Had our breaker right here. Yeah, so very, very, very clean trade for a Friday. You had to be patient though, because a lot of people were trying to long in here, and luckily it didn't do like a steep retracement or anything. But this was just a little too aggressive for me to buy, so I was like, let me just wait till we get. We'll probably see something around 10 o'clock. We always do. And then, obviously I still had enough meat on the bone, right? Like if I would have got in down here, like, yeah, I would have been a higher risk reward trade, but it's more risk because you just ran that previous weekly low. We've been selling off like crazy. Like it's probably most likely it's not going to reverse, but if it does, you can catch an entry in here. So yeah, it would have been a better risk to reward, obviously, but I'm cool with leaving it how it is. But yeah, no. Yes.
W's for Nick. Let's go.
Awesome,
Yeah.
man. That's
Great
amazing.
trade.
So yeah, I would, if I were a bias for today, I'd probably lean. It's like pretty close to me. It's like 55-45. I'd probably just lean chop consolidation in here. Create some highs and lows for NVIDIA earnings, trap people until then, because, people want to hop in the market off of the weekend, just start trading. So I would hold up the market, honestly. That would trap the most people. And then NVIDIA just run it on Wednesday after close. But I'll flip a coin. I flipped it. Okay, bearish. So
That's good.
That's it for me. If you guys have any questions, drop them in the chat. But yeah.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tom, what are you thinking this morning?
Well, just a very, very, very quick recap of what happened earlier in London. I mean, price action was, let's just say, a bit solid, slowly moving higher to the 360-ish area. But then, of course, we had that reversal from 360 to lower levels, and there was the Asia low at 25,196 down there. And as we can see, price slowly, but it actually grinded its way down to 196 to take out that Asia low. At least that's on my end, that what I marked it as Asia low. So that was taken out beautifully. There was a very good 5-minute demand zone being created at the Sunday open. I mean, after the Sunday open, which started at 145. So that got also taken out. And I had a couple of trades today, smaller trades. Actually, I had small trades, multiple accounts. I'm still holding a short position on gold, but I'm going to talk about that after this. So what I'm trying to say is we are very close to that 25K. I just switched to the 15-minute time frame here. We are very close to 25K psychological number. I'm expecting that after the open, we should be tagging that number, maybe even before the open. We should be wicking down there to see what's going on. And after that, and I'm going to switch to the 1-hour time frame now. On the 1-hour time frame, on Friday, there has been a bullish order block, or I would say demand zone being created during the early AM session in New York AM session. Actually, it started at 6 a.m. So anyway, this is a demand zone, which is starting at 943.75 on the micro. Now, I would lean a little bit more bearish. Even if the market would decide to go higher, it would be good to see if it would go down below that 940-ish area, pick up some orders. So let me just switch back to the 5-minute here. So what I'm kind of, and I know there's quite a few lines here, but I will clean it up. But the thing is, I kind of want to see we go down, tag the 25K, and then go down, pick up some orders on this 1-hour demand zone. But having said that, there is a 5-minute absolutely picture perfect, absolutely good textbook perfect demand zone on the 5-minute, which was created on Friday at the market open at 9:30, actually 9:25. So that gives me kind of an impression that we can also go lower. I'm going to be looking for short positions. I will see how the candles are going to be printing here. If there will be some displacement with fair value gaps, the usual thing. If I see a retracement into a fair value gap that has a displacement at a continuation in the market shift to the downside, I will take a short to go lower to that 5-minute demand zone, which is at 754. Otherwise, if it's not going to tag these levels and it's going to go sideways, that could be a tricky part. That could be a tricky situation. It can also go higher. The thing is, I don't have a target on the high on the upside here. Nothing. The only target that would be my favorite target is way up there, a 15-minute supply zone at 650. Otherwise, I don't see anything, nothing up there that I want to go for, really. So if this market goes higher on NQ, I'm not really interested at all. I'm not really interested. I'm only interested to take short positions. And a quick look on gold. There's a 5-minute demand zone being created also on Friday. Actually, this is the 15-minute chart. So anyway, so it created on Friday at the market open. I think gold can smash through that. That actually is creating the Friday low. So it says previous day low, but it's actually the Friday low. I'd like to see gold going lower. I do have a short position from 4077.7. It was actually in profit. So as you can see, this is the position. My stop loss is at 89. It's a 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio trade. I want to see this break lower. So I'm okay holding this because it's a small position, only 1 micro. So not a big deal. And what else? Yeah. So I'm seeing a 15-minute supply zone as well. Let me switch. Yeah, this is good. We're on the 5 minutes. So there's a 15-minute supply zone starting around 41.51. If gold would break higher than, I would say 4,100, because that's a nice round number. So let's just put a line here. If it goes above 4,100 and the momentum would be strong, then yes, maybe I would be looking to go for that 41.51. Right now, I really want to see gold just, take a dive here, especially because it haven't really tested the mid-level of this demand zone. So that's a good sign that it wants to go lower. So I'm going to hold this position. And so on NQ, I'm just going to have a bearish scenario and I'm just going to wait and see what happens. That's it. That's what I see.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
So what are you guys thinking, traders in chat? Are you thinking you're looking for longs today? Type in 1. If you're looking for shorts, type in 2. Or if you're going to sit on your hands, type in 3. It sounds like, Nick, you're going to wait some, see what the charts bring today in NQ. I heard you say flip of a coin. Tom, sounds like you're looking for shorts today.
Yeah. If the momentum is good enough, but if it's going to go sideways, if I'm going to see lots of consolidation, maybe, and even if it goes down after the consolidation, I still might going to wait because I'm looking for a strong open here. So if it's going to just wiggle up and down in the first 15 minutes, that's not a good sign. I'm just going to wait then.
Yes. Waiting is a big part of the game.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, waiting. It's usually not. It's usually the right thing to do, especially in trading. Like Friday's trade was a great example of it. We had like a 200-point move up on Friday, and then I got my trade after that because I was looking for higher. You said so, like from this low, 656 to actually no, it was 300 points. Yeah, 656. So I waited for 300 points worth of movement. Didn't get any FOMO, and then got in somewhere right around here, like 082, and I targeted up to the Asia high. So, so I gave up 300 points to, catch another 100. So my point is, like, you just focus on your setup. You know what I mean? That's the best way to approach it, because I could easily, I know a lot of people probably easily FOMO'd in here on, just buying it. You would have probably most likely made money too, depending, unless you're like lower time frame scalp, like the seconds charts. But you probably, unless you bought up here and then it probably stopped you out here. But yeah, no, overall,
that's impressive. Nick, it's so impressive to be able to sit on your hands watching 300 points go and patiently waiting for the right setup for your entry.
Yeah, no, it's I'd be lying if I would say it like it's easy, because on Friday, man, it was so hard, because I have trading group chats and things like that, and people are bang, who caught longs. I'm like, let me just put this on D&D real quick.
Yeah.
So just focus on your setup. Like I say, it was 338 points, and then from there, 338. I only caught 100 and 200 points. So wow, yeah, that was a crazy move on Friday. Holy cow!
I know.
500 points in like an hour.
It was incredible. Yeah, that first 5 minutes that we were all here together, trading together, it was the low of the New York day, and then it just took off.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out on the higher time frames as well, like checking the daily charts here. Like we do have a strong rejection on the daily here from Friday, so strong push to the upside. And obviously we had a similar bullish pin bar here on the 7th of November. So it kind of feels like that there are some big players who really want to push this higher. I don't know. I mean, obviously these markets are just keep going higher, but was this it? Is this it? And now can we go higher? I'm kind of seeing this area here where we have these wicks on the daily. Like we got rejection from that 737 to like 850-ish area multiple times. I feel like there could be lots of orders being protected up there. So that kind of makes me wonder if the market, when is the market going to go back up there? But I don't see any other levels. So let me just go to the 15. So on the downside, other than I really want this market to go lower, I don't see a reason why it should really go that much lower. So I think it should be just keep continuing higher. That being said, I know I said I'm bearish because that's what I see on the short time frame here. I mean, a short-term time frame, but on the big picture, it should be continuing higher. I think, who knows?
Yeah, well, I will say though, the Nvidia earnings definitely make, I wouldn't say more predictable, but it kind of helps. Because what do we always see before Nvidia earnings? Like the market will sell off or something crazy, and then you can, and then right when Nvidia earnings the past couple of times, it's just been ripping, so it's I kind of have a feeling that we that's why I kind of lean bearish a little bit here at the open, even though we're trading to have like a bullish point of interest. And I'd like to see this hold because it's a lot more, I guess, aesthetic, you know what I mean, rather than trying to get short here and follow this trend since Asia. I'd much rather trade the previous day's price action from New York than trade the continuation from Asia and London early in the week. So, but I do think I would not be surprised if we just grind it lower. And if we get closed below in 30 minutes, I still think you could look to target this low down here. If you get below 24,968 on NQ, and then 67.27 hourly close on ESN NQ would be confirmation for me. Okay, this thing wants to bleed a little bit. So.
And by the way, I keep reading some articles about this possible, I mean, I don't know if it's possible or not, this AI bubble. Everybody keeps creating articles about this, some conspiracy theories, stuff like that. Like, I don't know, trying to get to the bottom of this. I don't know what you guys think about it. Is there really an AI bubble happening? It has to do something with NVIDIA getting financed by companies. Anyway, I don't know.
I think I saw something about that, about like this company is getting money from this company, and they're basically getting money from each other. And pumping each other's valuations higher and higher.
I saw the same video. Yeah.
Oh, it's so interesting. I was like, oh, what conspiracy are you talking about, Tom?
Basically everybody is saying the same thing, like almost like the same. So yeah, they're buying from each other. So when is it going to end? Who's going to pay the check at the end? But but the thing is, Yeah, so they're supplying each other for eternity or what? I don't know. But I don't know. It was just interesting to see, and I don't know if Nvidia is being affected by any ways, buy the rumor, sell the news thing, or vice versa. But I don't know if Nvidia is going to get affected by these stories or not at all. But who knows?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the thing about bubbles is we don't know we're in a bubble until it bursts, right?
Oh, yeah.
And it can go way higher than anyone anticipates.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
NQ is making some new lows. It just took out the overnight low, and we have less than 2 minutes until the market's going to open.
Awesome.
I did hear the future valuation, forward-looking valuation of Nvidia, like with the earnings, it's actually not priced too high according to some opinions. So maybe we have more room to go.
Maybe.
I don't know. What do you think, Nick?
I do find it kind of weird that Nvidia isn't that usually on some of the like earnings with all the other companies. Like I kind of find it weird. It's sitting by itself this week. You know what I mean? So, but I mean, it's such a market. Like you should honestly, that's like a CPI NFP in my opinion. Like that is a huge market. Like even Apple, I feel like Apple earnings haven't been what Nvidia has been the past couple of. I'll have to pull up some daily candles here while someone else is talking to kind of show you like what happens from after the candles after the daily close for Nvidia. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
We just tagged the 25.
No, it's always the last one to release. Okay.
Oh, it looks like NQ is wanting to go to that lower level that you were looking at, Nick.
Yeah, it seems like.
We shall see. Less than 30 seconds. Here we go. Good luck, everyone.
Yeah. I'm looking for that 943 as well. I do have a scale account as well. It's only evaluation, it's a rapid, but I think I might try to scalp it. Who knows? I don't know. Should I not?
Yes. I do like scalping. I do like it. Who else likes to scalp? Type in 1 if you like to scalp.
I jumped into a scalp here. Oh my gosh. Ooh. What am I doing?
Are you in short?
Yeah, just a quick scalp. Let's see if it goes down or not.
It's going.
Come on, go quickly. Oh, it's not going. It's not going.
It looks like it's going. It's wanting to go.
But it's not.
Oh, it's not. Oh, dang it.
Dang it. Okay, finally. Okay.
It's going, right?
Yeah. It hit the TP.
Woohoo! Okay. W for Tom.
Well, it was just a very small trade, but let's see what. Okay, look at that. We're still going down. This is next level right here, I think.
Yep.
Terry, what you up to?
Sell it all.
You're selling everything. She's selling everything. All right.
Man, that was a beautiful scalp, Tom. I'm going to wait. Yeah, I'm going to patiently wait. I got to tell you, when we have these big flushes on the open like this, I do experience a little FOMO, a little bit. Don't
worry, though. We still have that 943, but the problem is the range. So I'm still kind of thinking, should I jump in? Should I not? But I'm expecting a bounce here. We are so close. So, there's a small rule. I don't know if somebody came up with this earlier, but I usually say like higher time frames rule. You usually, higher time frames usually gives you, if you don't know what the heck is going on, you have to go a little bit higher and look around like what's happening. And in this case, we are so close to that 1 hour demand zone or bullish order block or whatever you want to call it. We are very close, but again, the other problem, we could see this one bouncing back above 25K. So part of me wants to jump into a scalp. The gambler, no, not the gambler, but really part of me really wants to jump in. But I'm just seeing this one bouncing back up there above 25K. Look at that.
Look at that. Yeah. Now the candle is green.
Yeah, you got Tom like liquidated it,
Yeah, I'm still kind of going sideways on my where is it, on my gold trade. It doesn't really want to go lower. It's not taking the elevator down yet. I don't know. I have to call the market makers or someone. But
look at this push green. Look at the push green, Tom. Nice call.
Oh my gosh, this is going. What the heck is going on here? Okay, there's a glitch in the matrix, I'm sure, because this is like, wow, 60 points high. Wow. I'm not in a position on NQ. I mean, I'm just surprised on this push. Nick, are you in a long trade? Tell us.
I'm not in a long trade. That's not why it's pumping. I think I think we could see Terry in something. That's probably what it is.
Soon. Yeah, soon. Not quite yet. I'm going to wait.
I'm watching on the 5 minute. I want to see how we close and stuff like that. If we get super strong reaction from here on the hourly that's closer to 10 o'clock, it makes me think that, you know, we're respecting it, this hourly fair value gap, rather than, because there's just not going to be enough time for price to go lower to get below 970 on the hourly. So just want to see. It's more of a time based thing for me. See if we can.
Do we have some orange folder news or anything coming up around 10 or later? I haven't checked.
How do we check again? My Forex factory was down earlier.
Yeah, mine too. There's some server issue there, I think.
This is a big candle, this opening candle. It keeps getting bigger. The low is 955. The high so far is 25,082. So it's over 120 points, almost 30. Yeah, almost 130 points, almost.
Amazing. Wow.
Oh, I love this. We have volatility. As day traders, we love volatility. I'm so excited about this week.
Yes, I keep remembering, like in July and August, I was like, man, this is not going anywhere. Imagine the London sessions, we were trading in like 15 points of range on NQ. I was like, come on, it was so boring. I couldn't, it was very bad.
London overnight, it moved last night, like from 3 in the morning, my time, 4 standard time. It was just like the move all the way down.
Yeah, now it was good, but I checked again. The Asia session was also good. I keep seeing that the Asia sessions are now getting better and better. I don't know if it's a seasonal tendency or something. I guess maybe Steven could tell more about us. More for us about that, but it's kind of amazing. Whenever I sit down before the London session, I was like, what the heck is going on in Asia session? Because I keep seeing decent moves in that market.
Wow, look at that. So NQ filled the overnight gap, and now it's pushing green.
Oh, yeah.
Woo, this is strong.
Oh, yeah. It's going.
I'm just like hesitant to take a 5-minute order break when the first candle is like giant, which this first candle is giant. It's like 145 points.
Yeah. That's one thing I think it's hard for new traders is spotting new consolidation markets, is because they're so used to seeing like small ranges of like, 100 points on an hourly, but then like on 5-minute candles, all of a sudden from 096 to, I guess this is 150 points on just a 5-minute candle. You can see like price chop, between 200-300 points, which is crazy on the lower time frames. When you're used to seeing like smaller ranges, but so that's why you always have to tell people base the stops off of the candles and the volatility, because it's always going to change. But yeah, I'd want to see this. I don't know if we're going to get it, another retest. I'm kind of in the same boat with Terry. I don't really trust anything at the moment. Like I wouldn't want to take a breakout here. But that means it's probably going to work.
Yeah, sure.
No, it'll be opposite, Nick. It'll be opposite, because last week, was it, or the week before, there was a week where you're like, yeah, I'm thinking, I see this, and then the market did the opposite, and then you were like, man, like whatever I see, the market will do
3 days in a row. Like I was like, I feel really good about today. I feel really good. And then the market just like dumped and pumped like the opposite way.
That is typical. Yeah, it happens.
I actually kind of like that better than like getting faked out and losing money. When the market just completely does something completely opposite, I'm usually just kind of taking off, and I just won't take a trade unless I see something clear, like what it's reaching for.
Yeah.
But on that day, but those 2 or 3 days in particular, I was just kind of like, I guess it's just on a mission for something else,
So I feel
go
like
on.
so this week it'll be positive, like whatever you're seeing, because the market loves to do that to us. Look at this pump. Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable.
NQ.
Any news backing this move, or what is going on? Because I mean, let's see. It's more than 200 points. That's good. We love the volatility, but I have no idea what is going on. My gold trade is in a drawdown. I might going to close my gold trade, but it doesn't really matter. Small position. But this NQ trade, I'm not in a trade on NQ, but this NQ. Very, very much surprised on this. The biggest surprise on me, like, why didn't it go down to that 943? But the fact that it intentionally, I would say, did not go down there, it just reversed right before that level, right above that 943. It kind of gives me an idea. I mean, the feeling that, okay, this market is just going to keep on pushing, maybe all the way up to the London high and maybe higher.
I did happen to a short, Tom, just off of the VWAP with 1 micro, risking very little here, looking at a big risk to a small risk to big reward. Yeah, we shall see. This is a little tester one on a micro. I'm sorry, Tom. You were saying it's looking like it wants to go.
It's good. I'm just
higher.
saying, like, yeah. So I'm just saying, like, this sharp reversal kind of indicates that we might gonna push all the way up to the London high. But I have, as I said, I have no targets, no levels that I like up here. So I zoomed in. I checked the 5-minute levels. I see none. Actually, nothing. Well, there is one, by the way. It's kind of interesting. So the London high, and it's not a picture perfect zone, but I'm going to zoom in here on the 5 minutes. So London high was at 3:55 a.m. Eastern Standard, and the high was 362. So let me just put it here. I'm going to looking for the first bullish candle. Here's the level. Opening of that bullish candle at 350 is at 342.75. Just give me a second here. 0.75. So this here, right at the London high. Oh my gosh, maybe I'm gonna have a target here. Okay, anyway. So that's, if I extend it to the right, that's actually a valid 5-minute supply zone up there. So yeah, who knows if the market keeps this phase? I mean, yeah, 342. I would say 342 is a very good target. We need to get above 245 first. I'm not doing anything before that. Maybe I will engage, but I'm going to wait now, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, we're currently trading in between an hourly fair value gap and a bullish and bearish. So want to see what happens between the. Do we just like say screw it and just go higher? Because if so, then you know, it could be. We're seeing a pretty nice move, because I think if the market's going to move lower this week, I think it should do it Monday, Tuesday. If because Nvidia, it's just been pumping the past couple of earnings, so I think they're feeling pretty optimistic about their earnings as well this time around. So kind of makes me feel like I say, it should go lower Monday, Tuesday. If it's not, and it just goes higher today, tomorrow, then could just be, we could be back at all-time highs by Thursday.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me, especially given how this daily candle closed right here.
You're very bullish.
Get the lows. I'll feel better about it if we inverse this daily gap. If we inverse this daily gap to the upside, then buy side, you could look for target here and then all-time highs, but it's got to do that first.
Okay, I am going to move the stop to 190, and that way we are protecting the account. It would be an $80 loss.
Oh, that's nothing. That's
right.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Thank you. Go me. Someone who loves to trade so big.
Yeah, what is happening over there? Is that the 1 micro challenge still, or what?
Yes, the 1 micro challenge. Exactly, Tom. So this is the 1 micro challenge, to challenge myself to trade smaller, because I'm someone that tends to trade too big. So I'm trying to do the opposite, right? And everyone's different. You have to know like what part of your game it is that you're trying to work on. So it's working. It's
nice.
a little green right now. We'll see if it can stay green.
And by the way, I got this question so many times, even on my streams as well. Like, hey, Tom, I lost this evaluation account or that funded account. I'm so down. I don't know why it's not working. A bit of a depression there on the question side. And I'm like, the first thing you need to do, especially if you haven't received the payout yet, this is exactly what you need. You need to do the 1 micro challenge. And I know you're saying, yeah, but I'm going to get rebuilt the next month. Yeah. It doesn't matter. You have to do the 1 micro challenge. And it doesn't matter how many months it's going to take you on your evaluation account. The biggest result is going to be that you're able to trade through the entire month by only with maybe 2 micro, but try to stick with 1 micro and manage yourself through the month. Focus on the setup, and trust me, you're going to feel so much better. Even after 2 weeks, you're going to feel so, even if you're on losing streak, but you did enter at the proper setup, you did everything by the trading rules, the entry setup, you will feel so much better. Trust me on this one. So if you feel lost, that you're feeling like, the market is going against me, then just go down to 1 micro and trust me, it will be good.
It doesn't hurt so bad, right? This loss was an $80 loss with 1 micro. I was stopped out, by the way. It's like, it's no biggie.
It's a paper
not
cup.
$800 loss.
Yeah.
Right. In 1 mini, that would have been an $800 loss. So it's good to
absolutely
trade 1
manageable. Exactly.
I know. There's this thing I've heard people say, "Oh, you're being a wuss if you only trade 1 micro." It's like, what? No, I don't. To each his own. Everyone is trades differently, sees the market differently. They're on a different journey. I personally, that has nothing to do with your manhood or your womanhood if you're trading 1 micro. Like, I think it's good risk management, actually.
And also, the other problem is that most new traders trying to compare themselves to others, because we talked about this. Social media is awesome, but at the same time, you start to compare yourself to others. It's good to see people making tens of thousands of dollars in payouts from prop firms. It's really awesome, but everybody's on a different journey, right? And you should not compare yourself to, if you make just quote unquote just a couple of $100 on a monthly basis or a few $1,000s. That's your journey. That's awesome. And but you're doing way better than, and I'm just going to say it, 95% of new traders. So there's nothing wrong with that.
So we have some celebrating to do because I'm able to request a $1,901.46.
Let's do it.
Out of the Rapid account. So currently this is the account types I am trading right now. It's the 50K scale account with the Rapid Scale Plan add-on. The add-on is completely free. It's optional. If you don't want it, don't add it. If you want daily payouts, this is how you can get daily payouts with MyFundedFutures. I got a ton of questions about it, which we can answer later if you guys have questions. But yes, once you pass 2,100 in the account, you can request daily payouts. Every payout, it's $500 or more. You can request daily, which is amazing. And it only takes 2 days to pass the eval. If you hit 50% one day, 50% the second day, you could potentially request money on that 3rd day. So let's request this together. Here we go. Can you guys see the screen?
It's happening, everybody.
It's happening.
It's happening.
Market's ripping off of this news, everybody.
Is it? Good thing I put in that stop, right? $80, no biggie.
Add a couple of zeros there, Terry.
She's about to pull 1901 out and the market's going to tank.
Maybe.
Okay, let's do 1,900. Let's leave in the 46 cents. So this is all the profits above the 2,100 that I can request. So in this account, I think it was like total profits was 4,100 in the sim funded. Thank you, you guys. And okay, so I'm not going to do the RiseWorks because I like for it to go straight into my checking account, which is through Plaid, and it is instant. So I am going to, if I select this, if I select this, it will show the last digits of my checking account. So just 1 second while I select the Plaid.
I don't. Let's screenshot ready.
I don't know if it matters. It's my last 4 digits of my checking account, but I probably shouldn't, right? Like for security. Okay, here we go. I'm going to hit request payout.
Okay.
It's thinking. Oh my God, it's already processed.
Okay, let me see my account.
Already processed. Okay, so November 17th, payout sent at 8:47 32 seconds a.m. That was so fast. Okay, now I'm going to confirm it. I'm going to look into my bank account. So this is my actual checking account. I'm going to look at here.
Put the W's in the chat, everybody. This is live. This is happening. This is insanely fast.
Yeah, this is so fast. MyFundedFutures for the win. So not only is the account rapid, like you can get that daily payout rapidly, but the payouts are rapid. Okay, here we go. I'm going to click on my account. Here we go. Where's my monies?
Maybe send it on my account. I have to check it.
Maybe. It does say payment sent. So maybe my bank, it just needs to be updated. But MyFundedFutures already sent it. Let's go. Okay, so after the split, it is an 80-20%. So we get to keep 80%, which is $1,520. So I'll let you know when my bank processes it. But MyFundedFutures did send it. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. Let's go.
That is amazingly fast. And yeah, MyFundedFutures sent the money right away, automated everything. Yep. Check that. Perfect.
Someone in the chat said, look in the Discord payout feed for MyFundedFutures. It took 254 milliseconds.
Oh my God, that's so cool.
250. Oh my gosh, milliseconds.
So it says submitted because there's like a timeline, and it says 8:47 30 seconds a.m. and then it goes through funds removed, it goes through compliance reviewed, it goes through risk reviewed, and then it goes to payment sent, and all within 2 seconds.
I think everyone found it there in the Discord. Everyone's emoting it. So
yeah,
awesome! How cool!
Congratulations! Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Thank you, everyone. That was fun.
That was super fast. That was wow.
What should I buy?
Well, I'm gonna give a few ideas.
More.
Yes, exactly. And everyone, use code YouTube when you check out, please. It does help to support the channel, so we can keep growing, add more traders, do more giveaways, all of that jazz. Thank you so much. Yeah, buy more. Exactly.
Buy more. Yeah.
I want 5 of these with the rapids. And I do have to get better at rotating accounts, right? Like that is a skill. I have been working on that skill. So that's good. Let's go. Wow.
That is really great. Oh yeah, I'm just kind of locked in on the chart and trying to justify something like what the heck is going on. Basically, I'm keep asking myself, what is this push?
I'm kind of, this is like one of those moves I talked about. Where it's like, wow, I didn't see something this crazy happening when I opened, but you got to be patient. I saw this literally 2 or 3 days ago. Market pumped, ran without me 200 points. Like I'll wait for my re-entry.
This is wow. So what do you think? Are you going to chase this one, Nick, or do you have something you might want to jump into, or what?
Honestly, man, like I just don't have an idea where price is drawing to. Like, I mean, you could sit here and say London highs, like it's looking like it's going there, but I don't have anything like I did on Friday. Like Friday to me, 15-minute chart. I'll go to it. Like Friday, this was kind of easy to me. Relative equal highs here. And we had a relative equal highs all week, right? Like I kept trying to catch longs to there, but couldn't do that until Friday. So today, I don't really have a whole lot price could reach for. I mean, the only thing is the London high, really, which was kind of weird considering we made a high in London. Like if you're thinking daily candle formation, like we made a high in London, so the wick's up here, and then we run lower, and now we're going right back for that high. It's kind of gives me like seek and destroy vibes for the rest of the day. I feel like the move that's happening right now will be the move for the rest of the day. I feel like this is the largest it will be. From here, there's an hourly fair value gap in here that price could reach for, but I could see something like this for today if we don't reach those London highs by, I'll probably say, the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Nothing smooth or relative equal that price can reach for me. So I don't have a draw. Like, if I don't know where I'm going, like, there's no point in me getting a vehicle.
Guess what? More winning. Guess what?
More free stuff, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
We get to pick a winner to win a 150K account, $150,000 eval account from MyFundedFutures.
Oh,
awesome.
Okay, we have to point out this comment. Okay, Tom, Nick, and Terry are dynamite. TNT.
Ooh,
I love this.
I love
okay.
that. Yeah, that's pretty good there.
That's so good.
I love
the
it.
TNT show.
Yeah.
Dynamite. So we get to pick a winner. Who wants to pick? I think last time I picked Tom, Nick, right?
Yeah.
I think it's Tom's turn.
No, I'm not doing it. I can't. The pressure. I mean, really, the focus. As soon as I do it, I don't know. All hell is going to break loose. So I'm going to give I can't. Nick, just, you guys can pick if you want to.
Thursday, so I'm probably going to do one Thursday. But I guess there's only 3 people on here. So I guess if I start today, you do tomorrow, Terry does Wednesday, and I do Thursday. How about that?
Okay, so should I do the pick? I mean,
yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Okay.
Tom,
I love it, by the way.
You got this.
Okay. I'm not sleeping anyway, so who cares if I'm not going to sleep again? So, anyway, let's do this. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Do you want it to be random?
If you're going to do a chart candle or a chart question, make sure you have the right price.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. So it's gonna be a chart question. I think it's gonna be a chart question for sure. So let me see. Oh my gosh, the pressure is building up. But the thing is, and I'm gonna give you guys in chat 2 versions. Like I don't even know if it's good or bad, but anyway. I mean, what was the price? Actually, no. I can't.
Wait, Tom. Wait. What? We have to ask everyone to triple smash that like button.
Oh yeah,
everyone, triple smash.
Please triple smash because.
Yeah.
Okay.
141 likes for 450 people watching. Yeah, we got to get some likes up. Get the likes up.
We got to get those up. It's good luck. Plus, it's good luck.
Okay, so it will be very easy, and the answer is going to be super easy. So I guess we got to be very sharp with the chat here. So, oh my gosh, can I do this? So I took a short trade at the market open. What was the size? How many contracts was it with micro? How many contracts? I need a number. First one who gets it. How many micro contracts? Okay. Oh my gosh. How can I scroll this thing up? Okay. It was, by the way, it was 5. So let's see who was the first typing in 5. Who was the first?
That's a great question.
I see Yogev Mason, but let me know if there's someone else. Yogev Mason, yeah, I see him type. No, sorry, not.
Wait, Rally Point?
Rally Pontai, yes, I'm sorry. That's the first one, yeah, Rally Pontai, yes, that's the first 5 that I see. So yes, I think, can you guys confirm it? But I think it's him. Yeah, he was the first typing 5. Congratulations, I think it's him, yes. So Rally Pontai typed a 5 first, so congratulations for him. Yeah, or her. Congratulations.
Woohoo! 150,000 scale account. Congratulations. That's a great job. I'm sorry, I was scrolling up and down, but yeah, sorry for the first one, but yes, the winner is Rally Pontai. Congratulations there. Good job. Oh my God, the pressure. Okay.
Better now.
That was a good question, though. Like, it's are people listening and tuning in and getting rewarded for it? I love it.
Oh yeah, a bit of an engagement here. So now we know.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. I guess I'll give away one tomorrow and one on Thursday for my birthday. I got a crazy question for y'all on Thursday, man. Yeah, y'all gotta.
Oh my gosh.
I'll give you a hint. ICT.
ICT. Oh gosh.
Oh my God. Now I have to watch all the ICT videos on his channel just to make sure that I'm not going to mess up anything. No, I'm just joking, of course. But yeah, okay. I'm going to get prepared. Okay.
Yeah, your birthday, Nick. Are you super excited? Any fun plans besides streaming with us?
Yeah, streaming with you guys. Probably just kind of hang out and go to dinner. I do need to book some dinner reservations, I think. And yeah, no, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Yeah, nothing I know of at the moment. But family always likes a surprise, so it's actually good.
Oh my gosh.
I gotta check the weather and see if the weather is gonna permit me to do that. That would be pretty nice.
Now I cannot imagine what's going to be, but it's cool. Awesome.
So what are you guys thinking of the markets
maybe I can give out a little bit more accounts than just one for my birthday on Thursday. Maybe I can give out a little bit more for you guys.
Would you guys like that? Type in W if you would like that. Celebrating Nick's birthday on Thursday.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Hourly.
Can you negotiate for us, Nick? Can you go to the powers that be and ask for accounts for your birthday?
Of course he can. Of course.
I can. Yeah, maybe I can do it in a way that is not. Maybe I can get a lot of accounts for my birthday, but we can give them out throughout the show. Maybe not all just on a second. Maybe I can get Matt's stream to give out more, Ash, our stream, Barbie, Methodical Man, so they can give out accounts.
I like it.
That would be so fun. Maybe we could do the wheel. We haven't done the wheel in a long time, or something fun like that. Yeah, it'd be fun.
I love it.
Yeah,
let's do this.
What are you thinking? This rejection could this be a rejection? Possibly. I don't know.
It seems like a pullback for now to me, at least on the 5 minute. I'm kind of looking this one continuing higher now. So yeah, I was like, I was kind of watching this 240 something levels here. I wanted to see an up close candle. It didn't happen, but regardless, I think it can still push higher. Yeah. So midnight level had some consolidation. I can see this one going into the 270s and higher. So who knows?
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. I mean, it's never a bad idea to trade towards midnight. A lot of times, if you don't know where we're going.
Obviously, it's just not just don't press the buy button or anything. We would be needing some confirmations on lower time frames. So if I really want to jump in, I would be looking for something on the 1 minute here. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch for like a return to this fair value gap on the 15 minutes. See if we can get a push up higher. Other than that, I don't have much. But yeah, no, that's gonna do it for me. I'll see what I can work here. Work out here, see if I can, talk my boy Fabio, see what we can. I know he's probably in the chat lurking. He's definitely lurking. But yeah, I'll catch y'all back here tomorrow.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Nick. See you next time.
Yep.
Okay, Terry, tell me you're not full porting.
I do like, I'm still looking for a short. So I'm looking at this. I'm thinking that could. Is it possible? Could it be a high in New York? We don't know. I want to see it trade below VWAP here. That's kind of what I'm waiting for. We do have a 3-bar reversal in, which is the beginning of a reversal pattern, right? Like you do see a 3-bar reversal. I do want to see it trade below VWAP though.
Well, it can happen. So yeah, let's see. I'm still kind of holding my gold position, but that doesn't really matter now. I'm actually thinking a little bit in the opposite direction, but not now. So if I'm not gonna have the displacement higher than the 254, I don't think I'm going to do anything with this. But if I see some nice up close candles on the 1 minute chart, I'm just going to straight target that 340 and we'll see what happens. But for now, it seems like the shorts are in control. And I can see this one go all the way down below the 140s. Actually, let me see. 142. Yeah, there should be liquidity below 142.
Okay, I did hop into a short targeting that pivot high. I mean, stop at the pivot high, and then I'm thinking we could go lower. So I'm gonna go for a little long trade here. We'll see. I mean, not long, but like a bigger trade. But we shall see what the market does. It's pushing off a VWAP here.
Okay.
Let's see. This is the 1 micro challenge. I'm short in 1 micro. Ooh, it's working now.
Well, if it works, that's all that matters. I might just gonna scalp this one. Who knows?
Come on, market.
I think I might want to scalp this one. Let's just scalp it.
Oh, it's going. It's going. Tom wants to scalp now.
You guys won't believe it because it happened so fast, but I just scalped it for 10 points down to 140. I don't know, but it was so fast I couldn't show it. But anyway, 10 points. I'm happy with it. So
let's go, Tom. W's for Tom winning.
Well, just a small little trade there, but otherwise, yeah, I don't know what the heck is going on with my gold trade, but anyway, today was actually a good day for me so far. So I was trading small, of course, and we had some really great trades in London session. I'm a little bit over traded today. Usually I try to stop around 3 trades by now, but I think I'm doing my 6th or 7th trade now during the day, or maybe more. I don't know. 7. Yeah, 7 trades today. So I don't know what's up with me.
It's Monday.
It's Monday. It's scalping Monday. Yeah.
You're like, I'm here. Scalpers do take a lot of trades, right? Like people who tend to scalp versus if you are like Ash trades who takes like 1 or 2 out of the whole week. Yeah, it's just different styles.
I did say 6 or 7. Yeah, 6 or 6, 7. Yeah, but it was, I think, 7 trades. I had 7 trades today. But, the thing is, again, what I said many times, like trade what you see, not what you think. So I just looked at the 15-minute chart and some other things. And I was like, okay, this is going to drop down to 140. There's no way it's not dropping down. So I just couldn't help myself. So obviously, having said that, there are different types of risk management in between my accounts. So I'm not doing the same exact risk management on all my accounts. There are accounts. So I'm just saying this for you guys in the chat who are new. Yes, I have multiple funded accounts, but the thing is, some funded accounts are having much more risk, and I do go crazy with the scalp trades. But on other funded accounts, I only take the smallest available or position size, like 1 or 2 micros, which the purpose of those is to being able to hold those trades for like 2 or 3 or 4 hours if I have to. I don't have a problem with that. So I'm kind of rotating these accounts, but I think you do the same too, right?
Yeah. Rotating is key. It is a skill that I am working on. It's so important because we're spreading out our risk by rotating. And that is a common key that I'm hearing from all sorts of successful traders. Like, it seems like it's more common to rotate than to not. I do see some of the traders like on social media who are copy trading everything on just one trade. Everything is copy traded. I think it's much more common though that I see people rotating accounts, and so far from what I've heard, everyone on MyFundedFutures, all the traders rotate accounts. Like I don't think there's anyone that doesn't. So
yeah. So by the way, you can
on our stream. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, on our stream definitely. Like Matt is definitely doing a great risk management with multiple accounts, and I kind of like his approach in this way as well. And with MyFundedFutures, you're able to hold 5 funded accounts. If you really really think about it, because I know it's a huge trend. Like, you can have multiple accounts, multiple prop firms. You can have like 40 accounts, 60 accounts. But really, is that what you're looking for? Because to be honest, I think you can perfectly manage with like 2 or 3 funded accounts maximum. You don't even need 5, and I'm not talking about the new traders. I'm kind of, trying to do some calculations here and I'm already trying to plan my next year. So December is already here, and then trying to figure out how am I going to manage the accounts. And I think what I'm going to do differently next year, not too much differently, but I'm going to build much more safety net. So that's going to be one of my goals, to build much more safety net, bigger cushion, to trade with, bigger buffer, allowing myself to have a much bigger room to trade, and just have that bigger room up there. I think it would mean a lot, because many times I realized, even when a till session comes, I think I'm able to stop myself if I know that I have still a lot to go in the safety net. So if I'm down like $1,000 or $1,500, but I would know that, okay, I still have like $4,000 or $5,000 on my balance in the positive note, above the buffer, I would say, okay, now I'm stopping, and let's just come back tomorrow. So one of my goals is to build a much bigger buffer. Yeah.
That's really neat. Thank you for sharing that with us. I'm excited to see like your progress on that journey of building a bigger buffer. It makes total sense, Tom, with what you're noticing in your trading, that if you have a bigger buffer, then the heightened emotion doesn't happen.
And by the way, I did try it once or twice. Those accounts are gone by now, but it was for a different reason. The thing is, I did realize that when I was having like $4,000 or $5,000 above the safety net, it was definitely much less stressful. So I think it's a great idea. I think I'm going to try that for sure. And so you don't need like 10, 20 or more accounts. You can do it with 3 accounts, for example. You can rotate the strategies, and that's it.
Yes, exactly. And it does slow things down. I feel like when you don't have like 50 accounts.
Yeah, by the way, I'm just saying, like, for those traders and those people in social media, and I'm really kudos to them. I'm raising my hat, because I think it takes an enormous amount of discipline and mental strength to be able to hold 50 accounts being copy traded. I don't think it's necessary, by the way, but it takes a lot of energy. But I don't think that's the way.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Kudos to them. And I think there's different levels to our game, and recognizing where you're at with, like, realistically, what you should be working on in your own game, because we can't run a marathon within a day or a week or even a month. Like, we have to train for it. So that's kind of something I think about. My short's working, Tom.
I see that. Yeah, it's beautiful.
It's up $170-ish. If you recall, that first loss I took was about $80. This is the one micro challenge we're doing. And let's see. I did move my stop to about break even, cover a few dollars in commissions. NQ has gone back to about the unchanged price. So it's gone back to Friday's closing price. Will it bounce from here? It might. It might.
But the thing is, we swept those levels at 245, and we swept at 248, and we let's see, just a second, 256.50 and 250. Okay, never mind. So anyway, we swept some levels up there, and we talked about. I talked about that order block down at 943. We can go down lower, maybe. I think I would not be surprised if this one goes lower. Maybe retest it. What is happening, Terry? What is going on? I keep hearing some noises. Like, okay, let's see what's going on. I can't concentrate like this.
Okay, I'm gonna stop out.
No. I'm joking. I'm joking. What is going on there? Tell me, what is going on? I want to know. I have to zoom in here. I want to see. I want to see your chart. Explain it to me right now. I'm just joking. I hope you know that. I really want to. What's going? Did you get stopped down or what happened?
Yeah. Because I was trailing my stop because we had that first loss earlier, the $80. I wanted to protect the account, right? So this trade was in profits, and then the profits. I think I saw $170 in profits, but and then the market started pulling back. So I was like.
Okay, I was like, is there a cat here? Or it's Terry. Okay. So anyway, the thing is, you got stopped down.
So funny. You guys are so awesome. Yeah. So anyways, we're out of the trade now. And because one micro challenge, my goal is to protect this account.
Okay.
And I'm glad I did, because look, the market keeps pumping higher. So you know, you never know. This could just be a retracement for us to only go higher. So
yeah, I will see what happens. But you know, the thing is, this kind of looks like an inversion setup. We inverted a 5-minute gap a little bit higher. Not that it matters too much at this point, but we technically inverted the next 5-minute gap lower. Now we're back into it, so who knows what it wants, but kind of gives me the impression that the market might want to continue lower. I don't know. It's right now. If this would be the first moment to sit down to trade, it would be a tough call. This would be a tough call because we're in the middle. So I have that supply zone up there. Anyway, it's like 200 points up there, but we have enough volatility, so it's not a big deal. And we have the other 171 points on the downside on the hourly. So, you know that. The thing I said, like higher time frame rules would tell us like, okay, we could go lower, but this is a difficult read right now on NQ. Difficult.
It is difficult. Yeah. And I'm kind of waiting for an inside bar too. So I feel fine with, like, now the account is up a few dollars from our trades together. But I feel good. I protected the account, and then maybe the next inside bar I might take. But we have some celebrating, Tom.
Oh yeah.
I see Steve passed the buffer in the rapid add-on, the 50K scale account today.
Awesome, Steve! Congratulations.
Woohoo! It's up $2,650 for the day. Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. That's amazing.
W for Steve. Let's go.
We like the progress. Let's go.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait for an inside bar, Tom.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask about, like, is there there's an inside bar right now? No, is that not an inside bar on the 5-minute currently?
Yeah, if it closes. So we have there it closed.
There you go.
It closed. All right.
So what now? What's happening?
So the inside bar strategy is you take the break of that inside bar. So if it breaks above, we go long. It breaks below, we go short. I have noticed that if it fails, like right away, that the opposite side can work. So I might, if I take one side and then it works, great. And then if it doesn't, I might do an entry on the opposite side. So this high of this inside bar is 144. And then, so it needs to break above 144. So we could... Yeah, this though, I will say it's so close to VWAP, because if it goes up to VWAP and it rejects it, I might only want the inside bar on the short side. So I'm actually going to do a pass on the inside bar on the long. And it's okay if it still works. I will be fine. I can deal with the FOMO.
Of course. You see, you already described what is going to happen. You're not going to feel the FOMO. You're going to deal with it. You know, you already know that it's going to be all right. And that's what it takes.
Exactly. Thank you, Tom. So I'm going to put a sell stop on the inside bar break on the low side. Shout out to Pine Tree Trader. Pine Tree Trader is one of his strategies.
Oh, I thought he's here in the chat. Maybe he's here. I don't know. Okay, I didn't see. Okay, sorry. I didn't see him there.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if he's like getting coffee or if he's actively listening to us. I do see him. I was able to take him.
All right.
I know, Tom. We have to get Pine Tree Trader on our show and stream with us sometime.
Oh, we need to. Yeah.
Ooh, I do like this. Okay, so let's see if it'll break below here. And then let's ride down in that short.
Yeah, it's kind of in the middle right now, but we'll see.
It is in the middle. Exactly. I feel good. Like even if this breaks on the upside, I feel good like missing this trade. If it breaks on the upside, it's like
so on the break, you're looking at the lowest wick, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at, so it's the low of the 5-minute candle, which this one is 25,078.25. So let me pull my stop entry below. I'll put it 76. Okay, so my stop sell order is at 25,076. And if it hits that price, it will pull me into short. And then what I'll do is, so this is the future stop. I don't know if you can see on my chart, but it's like a bunch of dotted lines here.
I see it.
So that means that's your future stop. It will only get put out.
Yeah.
Only once you're
when it triggers.
in.
Okay.
Yeah, when it triggers. Yeah. So I am going to put the stop above that inside bar. And then I think I do want to target a 1 to 2 actually. Typically I just go for 1 to 1, but I'm feeling really good about it. If price can trade down here, hopefully we see a retracement back into this area. And then I just eyeball it, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's a good opportunity here to go short, by the way. I mean, that break could be a very good indication, and maybe I will join you. Who knows? I don't know, because I kind of like this accumulation, or I don't know, consolidation. If we break to the downside, I would like to think that we go way below 25K. I mean, like to think that we're going to go below 950 at least. So let's see. I might join you there on this one.
Yeah, let's go. Okay, I see. I wonder if we'll go back and retrace some of Friday's prices, like at that low there. Oh, okay, I am tagged in. 1 micro challenge. Let's see what happens. Come on down, NQ. Come on, bears, come on.
Okay. Let's see how it goes. Okay, I entered the trade as well. I want to have this feeling as well. I want to be in profit.
Let's go.
8 trade on the day so far. I'm doing
8 out of 8.
Trade number 8 for me. So yeah, let's just go. This is amazing.
For scalpers though, like if scalping is your thing, like 8 trades is not a big deal.
Yeah, it's not a big deal for scalpers. Yeah, my target is going to be 960 just for fun.
960. Okay, mine is at 975.
Okay,
that's still that's 100 points from my entry.
Yeah, my stop is at 162. Yeah, I'll go with that 162.
Okay. So. Pine Tree Trader says inside bars.
Inside bars. Okay, I like it.
Tom, how many languages do you speak?
Well, I speak Hungarian. I speak English, and I speak a little bit German, but only like a little bit. So ich spreche Deutsch nur ein bisschen, but that's all. A little bit German, and since I have some friends in Croatia, and I do go down there a lot, especially during the summertime, but I like to go there for holidays. I'm trying to pick up some Croatian language as well, but anyway, that's it. That's all.
That's really neat. I've noticed that you're able to capture people's accents really well. And so I was thinking, I wonder if you have a special talent for linguistics.
I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, basically when I was like, I don't know how, I was like 14 years old. I was watching a lot of cartoons in English. When I was a kid, it was a big deal to have satellite dishes. Everybody was buying satellite dishes. So the only channels that we could view were English language, right? And German language. And so I was watching a lot of cartoons in English and movies, old movies in English. So I picked up a lot. And then when I got to high school, I was like, I did the language exam from English, and I didn't really have to go to to English classes because I had the exam. So that was a little bit of a lucky thing on my end, but that's all. Nothing more. Too many cartoons.
Watching cartoons, it pays.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah. Karan says I got better in English through movies too.
Oh yeah, there you go.
That's cool. Oh man, this market is tricky today, isn't it?
It is. I don't know what is going on with this. Yeah, obviously we're in a little bit of a drawdown, not too much. It's completely fine. I would still like to see the market go a little bit lower. Still, I mean, even if it, I know it could be, going a little bit higher. Let me just check the 1 minute here. So it could go above that 145, 146. I don't know. I have this weird feeling that it might just try to go down again to tag that level down below that 950. But it's, I don't know, the time right now. Yeah. So we still have plenty of time from the AM session. We might have enough volume for this one to continue.
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
So you noticed the volume kind of dying down as we get into the afternoon,
yes.
Tom?
Yes, usually I see that happening, and that's one of the reasons I don't really like to trade in the PM session. Like for scalpers, it's still okay, and as far as you're looking for like 10, 15 points, for example, on NQ or just a few points on ES, that would be still okay, I guess. I said many times I don't trade the power hour. I think it's pure gambling. But the thing is, usually, as far as I see it, like until we get to lunch hour, like anywhere between 11 to 12, I think that the main move that the market wanted to do is done. Like if there's no other news driver or no catalyst that is pushing or doing anything with the market, if we miss that catalyst, then I would say we're pretty much done after 11 a.m. ish. So anything happens after that might be good for scalpers, but those kind of moves that we saw here, like 100 points moves or that momentum, to take out a certain liquidity level, I think those things are just not happening too many times. I think I did a lot of back testing, for example, for the lunch hour as well, like what's happening in between like 12 to 1 p.m. So what's happening, and the lowest results or the worst results came back to me during the lunch hour, not just back testing, but forward testing as well with evaluation accounts. So on my end, the way that I approach the market, it might be different for you guys in the chat. So you might be making absolutely awesome trades. I'm not saying it's not possible, but for me, the main move is done by lunch hour, that's for sure. So I'm not, there's a very strong rule that I have. I'm not entering, definitely not on a funded account, not entering trades after lunch hour. So I'm done. Yeah.
I like that. I've noticed the same thing, Tom, with like my trading styles that like usually in the afternoon, that's where I can lose a lot of accounts.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, exactly. But it depends on your trading style. Like I am a horrible range trader. I'm just terrible at it. It makes me feel so nervous, but there are people who are so good at range trading, and for them, that's their prime time.
Yeah, but then again, like how many people are good at range trading? And I'm not trying to debate anyone here. I'm just saying, like, in my opinion, there has to be way less people who are good or good traders who are good in range trading. So out of 1,000 traders, I would say maybe like, I don't know, obviously this is just my personal opinion. I don't have numbers or to compare anything, but I would say like 10 or 20% of those traders might be able to trade ranges. I think everybody, especially day traders, we need that. We need the volume. We need the market to trend at least in between some certain price points. So range trading, that takes a lot of discipline as well, and very, very solid risk management.
Yeah. You have to be able to really let those losses, cut those losses.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Because the market can just break out of a range. That's
the
thing. Like you don't know when it's going to break out.
And obviously, range traders, they can go down to like 30-second time frame, 15-second time frame, and maybe 5-second time frame. I keep seeing traders here and there saying, "Oh, we're trading on 5-second or 10-second time frame." I was like, I can't do that. I just can't. My nerves, I don't know. I just can't do that. That's too low for me.
Do you ever trade? You trade off the 1 minute, right, Tom?
Yeah, that's the lowest time frame I would go. Yeah. So if the market is kind of we're losing volume or there's not that my entry is not clear, for example, on the 5-minute chart, then I go down and check around what's happening on the 1-minute chart. And I try to, it's not basically a good thing. I try to avoid the 1 minute nowadays, but I try to justify my trade if I really want to take a direction like, okay, I really want this to go, and I don't have my exact perfect entry on the 5 minutes. Sometimes it's not the best habit. Sometimes I go down to the 1 minute, try to justify it there. But again, in the London session, when the moves are statistically slower, the 1 minute time frame comes in handy if you're aiming for 20 points or 15 points or something like that.
Is there an average number of points that typically you collect?
I would say like 20, 30 points on average, maybe, if I just try to remember the last couple of weeks or months. Like if I see a healthy 20, 30, 40 points, then with micros, of course, not minis, then I go with micros, like anywhere between 1 to 5 micros, depending on where's the stop or what's the risk to reward. But yeah, and when I scalp, I look for like 10 points, but that's usually a negative risk to reward. I think we need like on NQ on an average day, you need like, I don't know, 15 points, 20 points of room for the trade to play out. So that's a dangerous game, but it's doable, but you got to really have that chart time and experience, like what to expect from the market. Anyway.
Tom, so this inside bar, it made another inside bar, but now it's breaking in the second inside bar. It's breaking on the high.
Oh my gosh.
I know. So we might get stopped out here at 147 is my stop. Ooh, stopped out.
Stopped out. I'm still in. My stop is at 162. But I think I'm going to get stopped out as well. I don't know, but we'll see.
Dang it.
It's all right. I'm just going to blame pine trees. So it's perfectly fine.
Sorry, pine tree. We're just going to blame you.
No, it's perfectly okay. Wink. So anyway.
No.
We're fine. We're fine.
Oh,
we're fine.
Look at this, Tom. So it stopped us out. Watch. It's going to reverse.
I knew it. Okay. We'll see.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So Ash is in the house.
Oh, nice.
Let's welcome Ash to the show. Come on down, Ash Trades.
Hey, Ash.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody doing today?
All good.
Fabulous. We requested live with everyone $1,900 from my 50K scale account sim funded with a rapid add-on.
Oh yeah, drinks on Terry tonight. Awesome.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Ash.
How quick did it go through?
It was so fast. It was less than 20 seconds. People found it in the Discord.
The payout.
It broke the internet. Basically, it was so fast.
It is quite astonishing how quick they get the payouts done.
Yeah, it was faster than a Lamborghini.
Yeah, there you go. Well, congratulations. That's a perfect way to start the week.
Yes, thank you. How was your weekend?
Oh, it was very good. I got to do some traveling. Got to meet with Luke from MyFundedFutures. So we had a dinner with him, and that went really well. And then I also got to see some friends and family in New York. So it went very well.
Awesome.
Very nice. What did you order for dinner? A steak?
We did actually get a steak.
Nice. Oof. Yummy.
I don't know if you've ever heard of Fogo de Chao.
Yes, I love that place.
Oh man, it was amazing.
Tom, have you been?
No, I never heard of it, but I have to try that out. So I'm gonna put that on the list when I go to US. Yeah.
Yes.
It's a Brazilian steakhouse, which they have like everything that you can imagine. It is amazing.
They
Wow.
so they walk around. I haven't been there in a long time, Ash. Correct me if they've changed things, but they walk around with meat on these giant skewers, like giant, like 3-foot skewers, and they walk around and they'll slice fresh meat onto your plate, like rotisserie, different steaks, different cuts, all these different things. And then there's an unlimited salad bar. I don't know if they're still doing the salad bar. I love that place. It's
I
great.
just got hungry
It
now.
was all there, and it was phenomenal.
We'll have to do that sometime. Well, Tom and I are going to take off, Ash. We hope you have a great show.
Absolutely. Yeah. Have a great show
right.
and have a great time.
Oh, wow. They're sending you off on a good note.
Oh, yeah. Have a good one, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Have a good day, guys.
You too.
My funded TV, the crowds in line, dreams are dropping like a neon sign.
Check it out there, chat.
Get
Asia
the code.
lows and highs, 33. There's some free resets. Nice little giveaway to start the week. Let's go.
Fever's here to stay.
Let's go.
Woo! All right. We will see you guys tomorrow morning.
All right.
All right,
Cheers,
have a good
everyone.
day. Hey, what's up, chat? Happy Monday. How did everybody's weekend go? Welcome back to another live stream. Just going to take a moment to welcome everybody into the stream, and then we'll get into some of the information. Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. How did everybody's weekend go? You guys do anything fun this weekend? Let's see who we have here today. Good morning, Craig. Good morning, Satish. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Trend is your friend. Good morning, Billy. Good morning, Rally Point. Good morning, Green. Good morning, One Trade. Good morning, Bob. Good morning, Process. Good morning, Andy. Good morning, Eric. Parmeet Trading. How are you doing today? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Or good day, depending on where you're from. Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. I am happy to say that there will be more giveaways, so definitely stick around. Later on in the segment, I will also be giving away a 150K scale account. So we will do that a little bit later for anybody that is in chat. How's everybody doing today? How did everybody's weekend go? Personally had a good weekend myself. Like I said, I got to travel up to New York and meet some people. I had a nice dinner. It was a very nice meeting over in New York. So let's take a look. Let's hop into some of the information. We'll come back to this. This is what I'm watching, but I want to get through some of the biases, get through some of the higher time frame outlooks, make sure we do a top-down analysis. So we'll come back to this. I'm going to start from the very beginning. So let me go ahead and take my analysis off the chart, so that way I could show you guys as well, step by step, what I'm looking at here. All right, so let's take a look. I'm going to start over here on Euro. The thing that I'm looking for on Euro here is, how is today's daily candle closure going to close? Okay, so there is a gap here on the daily chart. If we close below this gap, I will look to see if that area becomes resistance for continued lower prices. So like this. So depending on today's daily candle closure, if we close below this gap, then I'll look for this area to become resistance for lower prices. Okay? So that's the information I'll be looking at on euro. Same thing here, but inverse on the dollar. Okay, you have that same gap right here. A little bit smaller of a gap, but it is present. Okay, so I want to see if today's daily candle closure can close above the gap. Same exact analysis, just inverse to euro. Then I would look to see if that area becomes support for higher prices. Okay, so that's what I'll be watching on the dollar. Oil's next. Oil's the same thing as the dollar. Oil did already invalidate the daily gap here. Okay. Since it invalidated the daily gap by closing a candle above it, I'm looking for higher prices here on oil. So there's a slight difference between oil and the dollar, or oil and euro. It already got its candle closure above the gap. Right, so in terms of a confirmation, seeing this candle close above the gap, that is what's making me say I'll look for this area to act as support for higher prices. Target the swing high. Okay, so if you go back to the dollar, you can see how we have not closed a candle above the gap yet. That's the difference, the candle closure above the gap. Okay, so we'll wait for the candle closure here, whereas on oil, I will already have a bullish bias looking for a move higher. All right, go into NQ and ES. Okay. I am going to review a London trade first before we get into a bias. So you can see the daily bearish gap here. That gap rests right above the previous day high. Okay. So the sweep of the previous day high happened during London session. You can see it in here. Here is previous day high here. And then we get a beautiful breaker plus fair value gap. So take a look at this. You have a swing high, a swing low, a new high, then a new low. So let me point that out a little bit more because it may be harder to see. Zoom in a bit. So you can see the swing high here. You can see the swing low here. You can see the new swing high here and the new low here. Right? That would make this a breaker. And you have the fair value gap that aligns with it. So this is a beautiful model here. This is a beautiful model here. Right, so after you get confirmation, the confirmation candle would be the 4 a.m. candle. So then looking for a short from the beginning of the breaker. Stop at the high. Aiming for 2R. Just a beautiful, beautiful short opportunity there. Multiple entry opportunities, 1, 2, 3. Any of these could have been entries for a short. Once you enter, you put the stop at the high, aim for 2R, and this went nicely in your favor there. Beautiful short opportunity. For any of the London traders, were you able to capture the short? Before I hop back out to the daily bias, throw a 1 in chat if you were able to capture the short. This was a London session short. Very nice job, Martin. Let's go. Very nice job. So I'm from the US, right? I'm on the East Coast. I'm normally sleeping during this time. All right. So I sleep from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I do get up and review positions daily. I look for my model consistently to get the repetition, to get the documentation, to get the journaling, to get the learning experience. So that's why we're reviewing it here as well. Beautiful short opportunity there. So for me, I look for confirmation first, right? The confirmation that I'm looking for is this here. So let's just write it out real quick. A stop hunt. That's the first thing. Price needs to run above a swing high. All right, so here's the swing high here. Price runs above it. That's what a stop hunt is, right? A liquidity grab. I want to see the liquidity grab happen at an important level, right? Previous day high while it's tapping into a daily bearish fair value gap. Okay, so the stop hunt is the first requirement. Second requirement is the breaker block. Right, so a breaker block is a swing high, a swing low, a new high, then a new low. This is a bearish breaker. All right, so you can see the swing high here, the swing low, the new swing high, then the new low. And you can see that we get all of those institutional swing points. Swing high, swing low, new swing high, new low. So once a candle closes below the bearish breaker, that's when it becomes a breaker. Okay, so once this candle here, the 4 a.m. candle, once that closed, this became a bearish breaker right here, the 3:25 a.m. candle. Okay. Next is the fair value gap. Okay. Fair value gap is a 3-candle pattern where the first candle and third candle do not overlap. Okay, so let's take these off here real quick so we can point to it. Candle number 1, candle number 2, candle number 3. Notice how candle number 1 does not overlap candle number 3. That's what the gap is. Okay, so those are the 3 things that I require to take a position. So the last thing would be fair value gap, and I want to see it aligned with the breaker. Okay, so notice how it overlaps the breaker. So here's the breaker here, and then the fair value gap also overlaps the breaker. Okay, so once all of those confirmations occur, then it's a confirmed entry function. That is what I would be willing to take a position. Now, you need to add logic to that decision making. The last portion of this conversation is the logic that you provide to your decision making. All right, so after you get the confirmation to the setup would have been the 4:05 a.m. candle. And once you get that confirmation of having a fair value gap aligned with the breaker block, and the stop hunt, that's when you're sitting there saying, is there enough context behind this idea to make this a high probability entry function? Right? Because we're not just simply trading price action patterns. Okay? We need to provide logic to our decision making. And the logic that I'm referring to is coming from a higher time frame here. So here's the logic here. Shorting above an old high, right? The old high is your previous day high. That's an important level, previous day high. And then the second logic here is the fair value gap, right? A higher time frame imbalance. So there's 2 things working there for you. And then lastly, if you also want to point to some of the session liquidity, right? So let's just take a look at this as well. Right? We're above Asia highs here. Right? So if you're looking at session liquidity, We're also taking out Asia highs, right? When we're taking out Asia highs, let me just rewind it so you can see what it looks like. When we're taking out Asia highs, we also have London lows and Asia lows yet to be taken out. Okay, so take a look at this here. We've spoke about this many different times. Equal highs or equal lows are one of your best forms of drawing liquidity. Right? Look, these are perfectly equal lows here. And on top of it being perfectly equal lows, it's Asia lows. Right? So can you see all of the logic that I'm building here? All of the logic is coming from a higher time frame analysis. Important higher time frame levels. It's not just a random level, right? It was previous day high that was being swept into a daily bearish fair value gap. And then a draw on liquidity being Asia lows, and it's equal lows at Asia lows. Okay, so when you're able to provide logic to your decision making, that's when you want to take an entry function. You don't want to take an entry function every single time it appears, is what I'm trying to say. A price action pattern is not enough. A price action pattern is not enough. If you just come into the market looking for, a swing high, a swing low, a new high, and a new low, and then you instantly execute it, it's not going to work as much as you want it to work. The logic, the probabilities come from those higher time frame contexts that I just pointed out. Okay? So very good job to any of the individuals that caught the London short. Beautiful, beautiful move there. And it did more than 2R. So, I mean, if you captured that thing, great job. Very great job. Okay, so now the next thing that I'm looking at, you saw it when I entered the stream. Take a look at this here. So again, swing low, swing high, new low, and new high. All right. That's the first thing. So you do have an entry function here. There is a breaker right here. You do have a fair value gap aligned with it right here. All right, so it is in fact a breaker plus fair value gap. The next thing that I have to say is back to the session liquidity. You can also see that London lows have been taken out. London lows and Asia lows have been taken out. So the only thing left is London highs. All right. So I will be watching this, but the reason for why I'm not executing this is because of the tap into the daily fair value gap, right? So that the analysis that I just provided regarding this here, give me a second. This right here gives me less conviction, right? The most recent information shows that we just tapped into a daily bearish fair value gap. Okay, so I can sit here and watch it, but that goes back to the statement that I just made, right? If you can't provide logic, very sound logic to your decision making, you don't have to execute it. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, there is an entry function on the screen, but I'm only going to watch it today for the reason that I just stated. All right, so beautiful move lower there during London. Let me see how you guys are doing. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade today. See how you guys are all doing. then I do have a couple more news-related items that we have to bring up as well. Let's see how chat is doing. Okay, a handful of ones. Love to see it. Very good job, chat. Some threes as well. Wow. I mean, majority ones. Wow. Did you guys catch the short? It looks like everybody got green this morning. Okay, couple twos, but a lot of ones. Amazing way to start the week, chat. I mean, that is like 90% ones there. Very, very good job. Very good job. Did you guys capture the shorts? Is that what it was? Very good job. So just a couple news-related items that I need to bring up as well. Looks like there is an FOMC member speaking at 3:35 p.m. today. It also looks like Trump might be speaking at 6 p.m. today. Definitely two items that we need to be aware about. Okay. We all know how Trump can move this market, so we need to be aware about those items. Then we also have non-farm payroll on Thursday, right? Since the government is back open again, finally, we're going to start to get those news drivers again. So that data that the market is truly seeking, we're finally going to get it. We have non-farm payroll there on Thursday at 8:30 a.m. We also have PMI on Friday at 9:45 a.m. So some very key data points. We welcome the volatility. We want that volatility. I'm glad that the data is finally coming out again. Good or bad, because reality of the situation is us as traders, we just need volatility. We just need the market to be moving, right? So no matter where it moves, I'm happy that the government's back open and we can start getting some data. But also just a quick recap now that we're going over some of the news. Right, the markets ended last week under some pressure. Okay, pre-market this morning wasn't really offering much relief, so maybe we get some relief here during New York Open. We'll see. What to watch for? Testimony or remarks from any Fed, regional president, even the small ones. Any hint on the rate path is going to be very important. Everybody wants to know if we're going to get those rate cuts, so we need to be aware about that. Oil inventories and labor-related data, right? With non-farm payroll, we'll get some labor-related data. We'll definitely see how strong the labor market is. That is going to be a key point to look for. We have a huge earnings coming up as well, right? NVIDIA. Let me just triple check that. I want to make sure that I got that correct. NVIDIA is coming up here this week. Give me a second. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA. Let's take a look. Yep. So we got NVIDIA here at, was that Wednesday? This will definitely be a driver. NVIDIA holds a lot of weight in the index, right? So whether NVIDIA does good or bad, that is going to be a mover for the market. And lastly, still need to be aware about the China trade headlines. There's definitely still some risk there on the table regarding anything to do with some of the trade headlines from China. Okay? So in my opinion, today might give us early clues on how this week is going to play out. A decent open could calm some nerves, but the data is what we're looking for. We don't want any shock in data that could really flip the script very fast. All right, so let's make sure that we hit those data points when they come up. Let's make sure we review them. See what kind of closure we get from today. See what kind of sentiment that comes from it. in terms of price action, this is what we're going to be watching for my segment here. We'll see if, right, that strong open there at New York Open, we'll see if that provides any type of support for higher prices. But now I would like to also turn it over to chat. Is there any type of questions or information, whether it's regarding the news, whether it's regarding the data, whether it's regarding the current price action, whether it's regarding anything to do with this trading business? Feel free to throw any questions or information in the chat, and we can start to go over it now. Now that we got through our higher time frame analysis, we reviewed the London trade and talked about some upcoming news. Ash, do you get 5-minute breakers most of the time? Yes, I've traded 5-minute breakers. I've traded 1-minute breakers. I've traded 15-minute breakers. I've traded hourly breakers, even daily breakers. It happens on any time frame. ES is bearish today. Your stop is the real TP. You can see that I'm not in a trade here. I already explained. Right here, this is why I'm not taking the trade. Right, seeing price tap into this daily bearish fair value gap during London. That's the reason why I'm only watching this. Right, I'm spectating today. So we'll see what happens. Ash, do you think this year is going to be the same end of year rally? I don't think there's any guarantees. There is nothing that happens 100% of the time. Right? So thinking that you're supposed to get an end of year rally, right? The Santa rally, that's not a guarantee. There is no guarantees when it comes to price action. How about NQ weekly? Let's take a look at NQ's weekly. Not much to say here in terms of the weekly. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. We're clearly in a nice uptrend here. Previous week low was swept out, whereas on ES, previous week low was not swept out. So we do have to be aware to see if that was a crack in correlation. This is what I'm referring to here. NQ took out previous week low, whereas ES did not. Right? That would be a crack in correlation. So we should be aware of that. Other than that, you still have the gap here that it's trying to respect. Right? We're dealing with it here. We'll see if it gets invalidated or not. But trend is your friend until the end of the trend. I'm not going to count the bulls out. I know that we got a decent retracement, but that's normal in terms of trend. Right? Look at all of these retracements, right? We had a retracement here. 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 We had a retracement here, right? Is this just another retracement to continue the trend? We'll see. We will see. Daily looks like it's going to expand down. Once again, that is the same exact reason why I did not take this long position. Seeing that price tapped into this daily fair value gap here, right? That makes me only want to spectate compared to taking risk. Ash, do you use seasonal tendencies? No, seasonal tendencies is not something that I look at. Right? That's the same thing as that Santa rally comment. There are no guarantees in this market. Right? So if you're looking for some kind of seasonal tendency, that does not mean that it's going to happen every single time. How do you manage psychology during a floating P&L? I completely detach my emotions from the outcome. I focus on being process-driven instead of results-driven. Am I following my rules? Yes or no? Right. So for example, you're talking about floating P&L, right? So I've decided before I even taken the trade how I'm going to manage the trade. So for example, when I enter a trade, I enter at the beginning of the breaker, I put a stop at the low, I aim for 2R. Once I'm in the trade, there's only 2 outcomes. Well, there's actually 3. We'll go over them right now. Here's one outcome, plus 2R. Here's the second outcome, minus 1R. Right? So a take profit, a stop loss, or the market closes before I get a result to that. Right? So you're not allowed to hold trades overnight using MyFundedFutures. Therefore, I will close the trade no matter where it is before the market closes so that I don't break any rules. But the only 2 outcomes I'm looking for is a take profit or a stop loss, and I decide that before the trade is taken. All right, so having rules, being process driven, following those rules, detaching your emotions from the outcome. That's how I float P&L. Very good question. Very, very good question. Give me a second. I lost my spot there. Market is not random. Do you agree with this statement, Ash? No, I do not agree with that. I do think it's random. I think there is a random distribution to probabilities. There is no guarantee in this market. What's the one rule you never break while trading high volatility NQ? Oversizing, right? Easiest way to blow up an account, going too large of size, especially with a higher volatility instrument. Easily get wiped out very quickly if you're oversizing. So risk management is that rule that I'm referring to. Risk management is the number 1 rule. That is the top priority. Except taxes. Taxes happen 100% of the time. No, that depends on where you live, right? If you're pretty sure some traders move to Puerto Rico, right? Isn't Puerto Rico is one of the tax havens? Pretty sure you can head over to Puerto Rico if you want to not have any income taxes. Feel free to fact check me. I'm not an accountant, so I'm not providing any type of advice there, but I do believe some of my research has shown that Puerto Rico, you can save on some taxes there. If anybody could fact check me on that, that would actually be really good information to have. Ash, if I stick to 5-minute breakers only, is that enough to find few trades per week? Well, how many assets are you watching? Right? Like if you have a list of 30 assets, yeah, you're going to find a bunch of trades. If you're only watching one asset, then you're going to have much less opportunities than if you were watching multiple of them. So it's not the time frame that does it. There's many different factors that go into that. I guarantee that there are no guarantees. All right. There you go. We just got our first guarantee. I would agree with that. I guarantee that there's no guarantees. Boom. All right, so chat, we're going to give away a 150K scale account. So do your friends, do your family a favor. Share the link to the live stream in your communities, on your socials. Give everybody a chance to win the giveaway. In a couple minutes, we are going to do the giveaway for the 150K scale account. So give your friends a chance. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes, and then we're going to do the giveaway. So far, the risk management decision of not taking this trade seems to be a beneficial decision. We're heading towards the stop loss there. The stop loss would be at the swing low, right? So this kind of goes to show the point that I was trying to make earlier. Sometimes when you cannot provide logic to your decision making, that simply choosing risk management is a better decision. I had mentioned how not all price action patterns are worth taking, right? If you can't provide logic to your decision making, then choose to be patient and wait. Right now, that's looking like a logical decision so far. It looks like we might head towards a stop loss there. All right, so chat. Very simple giveaway here. Let's go ahead and do it. Very simple giveaway. All I'm looking is for one of the best questions that you throw in chat. So I'm going to pick one individual that puts a extremely valuable question into chat, something that is to do with trading. Okay, so I'll give you a couple minutes to throw some questions in chat. I'll allow everybody a few moments to submit their question. That way everybody gets a chance. But we're going to give away a 150K scale account. All you have to do is throw a very valuable question in chat, something to do with trading. All right. I'll give you guys a minute to throw that question in chat. Looks like that would have been the stop loss right there on, yep. So that's amazing information this morning, right? So just to recap this information while you guys are throwing a question in chat, I had specifically stated that if you cannot provide logic to your decision-making, then the position is not worth taking. The reason why I did not take this position this morning is right here. Here's that logic that I'm referring to, okay? Price swept out previous day high into a bearish gap. This information alone kept me out of taking this long here, right? So the higher time frame logic was telling me, do not take this lower time frame price action pattern. Okay, so a price action pattern alone is not enough. You need to be able to provide logic to your decision making. And now I'm very happy with that decision. So this will also be documented. It will be journaled, and that way we can learn from it. All right. And thank you, everybody, for throwing questions in chat. Now I'm going to start reading through some of the questions. We are currently doing a 150K scale account giveaway. Very simple. All you have to do is throw a question in chat. I'm going to pick one of the most valuable questions. I will answer to the question, and that will be the individual that wins the account. So let's take a look. There are a bunch of questions in here, so you're going to have to give me a minute. I need to read through a handful of them. So give me a minute here. Let's see. All right, let's take a look. Starting from the beginning, you're just going to have to give me a minute. There's a bunch of questions. Amazing question so far, chat. Thank you for everybody that is participating. I'm reading through them now, so give me a minute. We'll get to a winner. Very good questions, chat. Still reading through them. Making sure I'm getting to everybody's questions here. Lots and lots of questions. Love to see it, chat. Thank you once again for participating. Almost done here. Throwing the same question in chat is definitely not going to help. Just to let you know. I'm only going to read it once, so it doesn't really matter if you throw it in there 10 times or 1. All right, in just another minute, almost done with them. Many, many questions. Very good job, chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Geez, the questions just keep going. I thought I was getting close to the end here. We're going to have to... I don't know if it's ever going to end at this point. All right, we're going to have to pick one here. This is a very good question. So it looks like I'm going to end. I might say it wrong, so please forgive me. I might say it wrong, but let me type it out as well so I don't lose the spot. Okay, so I'm probably going to say it wrong, but forgive me. Pi was 2992. How do you say that correctly? PIWAS 2992 is asking how much of your trading performance is due to the inherent quality of the system, and how much is it due to your personal discipline in execution? That is a phenomenal question because it's very hard for an individual to understand what does work and what doesn't work. And also, there's the whole human psychology. There's the whole human aspect of trading. It's hard to understand if the system works or is it us that does not work. That's a very, very good question. I truthfully believe that this business is 80% mental and 20% chart. So the first things first is, right, you can go into back testing, right, and assemble a strategy and collect data on it. That way you're not dealing with live money, right? So there's no emotions to have about it, right? So you can collect enough data to see the mechanical edge through back testing. If there was that set of data and then you took another set of data and live traded with real money, right? Use the same exact system in back testing, collect a year's worth of data. Use that same exact system and live trade it with real money, right? See if there's a clear discrepancy between the two sets of data. And that discrepancy is most likely going to be those human emotions, right? So this is quite literally why I trade on live stream. This is why I document my trades via text, via screenshots, because then I can hear what I'm thinking in real time, right? I can see and hear my thoughts, my ideas, my actions. And then I can also see the information just for what the information is through the text and the screenshots. So very good job. Very good question. It simply comes down to conviction is built through experience. If you go in and collect enough data, one on the mechanical edge of it, and two on the mental or emotional aspects, then compare those two data to see what's really ruining this here, right? Like, is it the system, right? So for example, if your mechanical edge has a 70% win rate, and that's during back testing, but then you get to live trading and you have a 20% win rate, there's got to be some kind of human emotion that you need to be documenting that's ruining that win rate. Okay, so maybe during your documentation, you need to be talking out your thoughts, talking out your feelings, not just collecting price action patterns. Very, very good question. I do truly believe that this business is 80% mental, 20% chart. So sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, but Pi was 2992. That'll be the winner of the giveaway. I did write it down here in my notes so that I didn't lose the spot either. Right? Like, so for example, like today was a great example of that. This has nothing to do with the mechanical edge. This had everything to do with my risk management and my decision making, right? My choice in not being able to develop sound logic to take this trade saved me from a loss, right? So now compare that to just being 100% mechanical, meaning taking the trade every single time it presents itself, right? If I took the trade this morning just because it presented itself, then it would have been a loss. So see how a little bit of discretion can either make or break your results? Very important there. So good luck with the account. Pi was. Let us know how it goes. Would love to see the results to the account. Hopefully it goes well. How did I create my discipline? That came from outside the chart. So the daily habits that you have are going to be transferred over into these charts. Right? Like if you don't go to the gym on a regular basis, if you eat horribly, right? If you have a horrible diet, right? If you don't read any books, right? If you don't practice discipline outside of the chart, what makes you think that you're going to have discipline on the chart? The daily habits that you practice day to day will be shown right here. So I got another 8 minutes on here with you all before Barbie and Myth come up next. Just another recap here for anybody that's just now joining. Taking a look at the daily chart tells me everything I needed to know to stay out of the longs this morning. Very simple. Price swept previous day high into a daily bearish gap. This information right here was the entire reason why I did not take this long right here. All right, so there is a breaker plus a fair value gap right here. So during my session, we were looking at this long right here. And I had told you all that the logic does not help the probabilities for taking the risk on this. We swept previous day high into a bearish gap. For that reason, I was not willing to risk on this long trade. So I did not take this trade. And now the results to it were very favorable, right? Just being able to analyze probabilities kept me out of a losing trade here this morning. So just a key point to take away from that is that every time you see a price action pattern, that does not justify you taking the trade. Right? Like the model that I trade was here this morning. Right? Here's the breaker right here. It has a fair value gap aligned with it. But the logic of price sweeping previous day high into a bearish gap is the reason why I'm not just going to take a price action pattern. Very good result to that logic. Sometimes bettering the bottom line will increase the top line, right? When you have less expenses, you'll get to keep more of the income. Right? So less losing trades means the profitable trades, you get to keep more of that profit. If you could give advice to the old Ash, what would it be? So if there was something that I could tell myself, right? Like if I were to start all over again, knowing what I know now, some of the things that I would tell myself is risk management is the number one priority, right? Not just in a trade, but in life, okay? Your finances off the chart are also going to drive decisions on the chart. So risk management is not just the way that you take a trade, but it's also the way that you approach your business. Risk management is the number one priority. Okay, don't try to shorten your timeline by increasing your size, right? Those type of decisions are going to blow accounts. Next thing that I would tell myself is patience. Right? Instead of thinking that you deserve, right, to make $1 million today, patience is truly a virtue. Show up every single day, giving your business the respect it deserves. Focus on the present. Forget about the past. Don't even worry about the future. Just show up trying to work to the best of your abilities every single day. Let time compound. Be patient, deal with delayed gratification, and continue to keep working. I love the logic. I wondered when you showed up about the plus breaker. Yeah, so this is a phenomenal learning opportunity, right? So I don't just document winning trades. I also document losing trades, right? You have to look at both sides of the conversation. You cannot just analyze winning trades. You're not going to learn anything from that, right? So also being capable of identifying why not to take a trade is going to be just as important to why you should take a trade. And today is a perfect example of that, right? We were watching something, but we're capable of understanding it was lower probability. So it just simply came down to having discipline in that analysis, right? Understanding that I'm not willing to take this trade because of the higher time frame premises. We need to learn from both scenarios is what I'm trying to say here. So document, 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 journal, journal, journal. Your journal is going to be your best learning opportunity. Since your trade was invalid, what now? I'm heading to the gym next, right? I'm going to go work on my health, work on other businesses. Just because you don't have a trade does not mean you need to force a trade, right? Like I came in, I documented, I journaled, I learned something. Whether there's a dollar amount or not, that doesn't determine whether you completed your business today. I made sound decisions this morning. I'm happy with it. I'm going to journal it, and I'm going to move on with my day. Right? I don't need to take a trade every single day. What I do need to do is work on my health every single day. That is for sure. So what's next is the gym. We do not need to force trades every single day. Alrighty, chat. That is the end of my segment, though. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to everybody. That was a phenomenal segment. So for all of the individuals that participated today, thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody that's in chat, I really appreciate all of the questions, all the comments. Every time you keep asking questions, that is the repetition that's going to build the conviction. That's how we keep learning every single day. So let's keep showing up. Let's keep relentlessly working and learning every single chance. Let's continue to get 1% better than our prior selves every single day. Thank you for your time today. I'm going to go ahead and hand the mic over to Barbie and Myth. Do me a favor, throw a bunch of W's in chat. Let's welcome them up the stage, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a nice day, everyone.
And the charts go insane, you know legends just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and methodical man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and NASDAQ, remember her. Stops freeze and profits obey. When these two trade, the game's all played. She once rode a bull straight through a bear market. He timed to pull back before the bell even barked it. It's Bull Barbie and methodical man, the unstoppable legends of the futures land.
Good morning. How's everybody?
Pretty good if they're in this long, huh?
Yeah, just hit this long. Let's go.
I'm in it too. Let's go. Then we'll catch up.
Yeah, I'm looking for the are you on ES or NASDAQ?
ES. I already took some off. I kind of took some off right there at VWAP. I was looking at the regular trading hours VWAP.
Okay.
That was my target. And then I'm kind of looking at the 67.50 right there too. So that's another thing right there. If we get past that stuff, we could go maybe 63.
Yeah, I like 55. Yeah, 64. Yeah, I got that kind of same area marked out there. I might take mine off at the 130 here. Kind of like that 200 EMA, just kind of low-hanging fruit, if you will, for 70 points if we can get it. So how'd your morning go?
Pretty good. I felt like I wasn't doing very much, but I did get in a long and then get in a little bit of a short. I don't like to take the shorts all the way, so I just kind of scalped it. And then I just chilled and kind of waited for the next thing. I didn't think we were going to keep dumping all day, so I
Yeah.
was kind of watching for that spot.
We did pretty well this morning. We're up over $400 on most of our evals, and I was up $50
Nice.
already at the start of the day on the funded, so I didn't trade those at all. So just locked those down.
Usually I try to trade on a Monday. I'll do one account normal size and then see if I want to add other accounts, but I kind of switched it up. I've been not loving that. So instead I sized down but took it in more accounts, and I like that today. I might use that one more.
I'm wondering if I should move my target back up. I'm looking at 129 right now. I think that's an easy target. But we got wicks up there at the 150 level that I think probably get taken.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm looking at ES2 is up into those wicks there. That's very juicy looking, right?
Yeah. Barbie, how did the Longhorns do this weekend? Let's just get right into it. How did they do?
Not excellent. I kind of had vibes about this one too, because they do really well, they do really terrible. There's like no in between lately.
Myth and the dog. That's right, Spoon. Always we got the dog here.
So on the road is a little tough lately. So yeah, y'all get that one.
Yeah, it was a good game. I enjoyed it. So I didn't go to it. I just watched it. I will add to my position. If it pulls back into my entry level again, I'll add. So
are you out?
No, I'm still in it.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm still. I just have a runner now, but I'm trailing it. So I'm trailed up to 67.40 right now. I would like to get that if we can get over this little VWAP area that I'm looking at, which is my dotted line in that 67.50, then I'll trail it more. But
guys, Barbie and I are giving away a couple of accounts today. We need the likes up to 350 before we even consider giving one away, though. You help us, we help you. So let's hit that like button.
That's how we do it.
That's right.
Here.
So
this is just the last part of my trade. I realized I didn't have it up yet either because this was chaos coming on here already in a trade. But this is the runner. So this is the trail that I was talking about. I trailed it over my break even, which was a little bit weird because I'd done some adding. But I'm looking for kind of that wick area up there.
Let's go. I like it. I think I'm considering moving my target up. I don't know. If I get to add, I'll probably move the runner target up. So I just started with a micro because I wasn't, don't want to risk too much profit. Number one. Number two, I thought we may get a retest. So.
Yeah, I scaled into this too. That's why it's like my entry is changing, but that's all right. This is the one for this runner, I guess.
Voltron. What up, V Gabor? Is that Gabor
why are we not bearish? We could be bearish too, but it's all a good little bounce opportunity here.
Yeah, we retapped into that 15-minute order block there that we bounced out of this morning. So, a 50% retracement back up kind of makes sense. That's about the level that I'm targeting there. Let me see.
And I was initially watching that 67.20 bounce. One of my accounts I was in down there, but I'm already out of that one because I had just taken a little pump play on that one. But that was kind of that key level. I've got it marked on my chart here too. It's a key level that I was watching. So I was watching for all those signs of change of pace there. Yeah, it doesn't mean we can't be bearish too.
These are my favorite types of days where you have a big range and you keep going from the top to the bottom of the range. I mean, that's my favorite kind of a day. So give you some opportunities both directions.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to work on a little bit too. So I did see the long kind of, I just scalped it since it was at open, and that's a little dangery. And then I saw that reject off of the 67.70, tried that one. Now that's the skill that I've been working on is, being really flexible and ready to take those in both spots. So I have to pat myself on the back for that one this morning.
Nice shot. Let's go. Yeah, I'm long from 25,070. We're looking for 25,129. So 60 points.
Nice. Let's go.
We're almost there.
I'm kind of itching to trail. I'm not going to do it just yet.
Yeah, the regular VWAP's at 67.52.
Yeah.
We're approaching there. Yeah, VWAP. We talked about that on Friday. Where were you at? Higher time frames are turning bearish. Wouldn't it be good to look for a short? Sure, Kadar. The nice thing about NASDAQ is you can find trades in both directions, whether it's bullish or bearish. I mean, really, the volatility's there. So you can do both. And I might kick myself for not moving this target up.
Yeah, I was initially kind of hovering everything around 67.50 and decided to move just this one runner up.
Pushed up there to the 20 and kind of pulled back. Yes, just hit the 50. Squeeze it. Get it through there. Oh, no. Rocky Mountain, happy Monday to you too. Come on, guys. Let's send the chat. Let's send the likes here at 350. We'll Barbie's going to pick one, and I'm going to pick one, I believe. Random. We're at 312. But we might rug pull you guys at 350. I'm not quite sure yet. There's always a nice rug pull on a Monday. Nothing wrong with that. Nice little rug pull.
I was kind of noticing last week we didn't really do anything. It was just kind of tightening and getting into a little bit more of a squeeze because we put in a higher low and a lower high and higher low and lower high. And now we're kind of dropped out of that a little bit. Not all the way, but see if we just kind of keep ranging until we get some data. That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. I haven't even looked to see what's coming out this week. I just know today's not really anything.
Yeah, it's later in the week. We have FOMC meeting minutes on Wednesday, and then the party starts with joblessness claims. Let's see, what all do we have? Whoa. I moved my monitors around. I'm having mouse craziness.
You got to reset that mouse position or the monitor.
Yeah, it's not right now. So Friday there's PMI, and we have manufacturing PMI. Yeah, on Friday, and I thought we had something on Thursday. I'm trying to scroll up here. Unemployment rate and non-farm unemployment claims, all that good employment data that we haven't had.
Yeah, Room, you don't have to enter the giveaway. We're going to be picking two people. See at the top there, it says we'll be picking two people at random here. Coming up on my profit target here. Ding, ding, ding. All right.
There we go. Oh, yeah, I was going to trail when we get up here. We're over that 52.
60-point banger there. Let's go. 55 level, I think, is the key level for you, Barbie. If we get above 55, you're going to be golden here.
Yeah, I mean, I still see that 70 level. I just want to take this because this is a good spot for this account that I'm still in today.
Yeah, I think a trail makes sense. That 55 level should, if we can get through there. There, look at that thing squeeze right through there.
Yeah, we're getting it. I'm still going to be a little bit lazy and take this at 70 instead of trying to push up, or at 60 instead of pushing up to 70.
Yeah, that's a
backwards day.
That's a great close right there. Let's go. Koa's got 60 as the key area as well.
Yeah, I was looking at those wicks. That's like the easy spot.
ES is pushing through the previous day low. Or not ES, NASDAQ. And 159.25 is where we kind of got an obvious wick at. I was actually looking for us to take that level out earlier, and we just did not quite do it. So you might see a bit of a big candle through 159 if we can get it. I'm not going to have any FOMO here, though. No reason to re-enter. Not when we were already long.
I already trailed up here, too, to VWAP.
Yeah, it makes sense, right?
It barely ticked out and didn't quite get me. I think it's still going to go, but.
Yeah, if it holds 55 here, I think that it retests 64. Let's see.
My other
But definitely
account's
moving
already
it
out.
up.
So.
Yeah, moving it
Oh
up makes
no!
sense.
Oh no!
Granny, no. Oh, come on. Hold it here. Go. Jay says, Methodical Man's looking gorgeous. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it.
Must have put on that good moisturizer this morning.
I appreciate that, Jay. Thank you. Let me check the likes. We're at 320. 320, guys. What are we doing? We can get the likes on up there. Come on now.
The other thing we're going to kind of get to, maybe when we get around to that 67.60, if we get up there, VIX might be down around the 20 level, which was the support earlier.
Trader's Mindset says, move your TP to 67.82.
82? What's that, our high? No, that's even above our high.
Thank you,
I'm good with
Debbie.
this is still this is a runner still, so
she's running.
At some point we gotta book it.
Coming up on it here. Let's see. Can we do it? Starting Monday out with the win. I knew I should have moved mine up to the 159. Why didn't you tell me, Barbie? Why didn't you tell me? That's where I had it at originally, and I moved it down. That does put us up $500 on the day, though. Let's go.
Nice.
Trading 1 to 2 micros. Thank you, Jay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Today you enter the getaway by liking the stream, getting your friends to like the stream, sharing the stream, getting all sorts of other people to like the stream, and then keep chatting and we'll pick some of y'all.
Yeah, we'll come up with something. Uh-oh, you're about to get trailed, looks like. Come on, rip it. Hold it.
There's that 55 level's got a lot of orders on it. That's what we have to get through. That was all your fault. You called out the 55 level.
Well, you put a line on the chart, it respects it. That's what happens.
This is not a new mic. Does it sound different? Hopefully I'm on the right audio.
Yeah, it is a little muffled. Someone mentioned that. It's a little muffled today. You did reset the computer, so I don't know.
I'll check it. Yeah, I see what's happened. I see what's.
All right, this should be way better.
Hey, there she is. All right. Now she's off her camera mic.
Yeah, that happened on my restart. And with that, it took out my trade.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're getting a little twistiness here.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of the spot. We were running up into that 55, and some of the buy orders were exhausting a little bit there. If we get through that 55, that's where we could get that pop up, I think. But my trade's done.
Let's go. Nice trade. W trade to start the day.
Just got a winner there. Yeah.
Can't be mad.
Yeah, I had the wrong mic on.
How did we both end up in a long right there? Man, what's going on?
It was the spot.
Oh, I think you probably got in earlier than I did. A little sooner.
I was fumbling with it a little bit because I was switching over accounts. I am trading off of a new PC. I'm still streaming from my old one. Still have a little bit of chaos, but just this switching over. I don't have a trade copier on there yet. Try to get to that today.
So you got a new PC? Let's go.
I got a new laptop because I can basically have only been trading when I'm sitting in my office. So that means like no evening trades and all that. So here's that pop that I didn't want to get trailed out of, hopefully. But yeah, so now I got a big bad laptop. I was trying to trade off of a 13-inch MacBook and it's not fun.
Could have been another 1.5K today, says Grim, if I didn't cut my profit short. Here's the thing, Grim. Can't think like that, right? If you get a piece of the move, it's all you need. You don't need the whole move. It's fine. Take what you can and move on. No big deal.
Ooh.
Just be happy you're green.
Something.
Look at this rip.
Someone was asking, and look at the screen right here, but a second ago, before we switched charts, the thing in the middle bottom of my chart is a comparison line chart. I'm just comparing ES, NASDAQ, and VIX today. Sometimes I'll have the dollar or bonds on there, but I think it's all about VIX. I have a video about how to set that up on a trading if you want.
No slipping here. Helpful G. Interesting comment. Huge.
It's not big for charts. I needed some bigger candlesticks for my old eyeballs.
I think my laptop's like a 15-inch or something. It's not super big either. It's annoying.
Well, the new one I got a 16, so mine's bigger.
Yeah, it's annoying when I'm away from home, like when I'm traveling and I use it because it's too small.
Yeah, that's part of the thing is I'm going to be traveling more in the spring, and I don't want to. Usually I just like, but no more of that. Next year's going to be the biggest trading year yet, right? So
that's right.
Gotta get ready.
For sure. I'm setting myself up to start the new year off with a bang. That's what we're going to do. So squeezing here. Maybe it's going to take that 159 now. Did it already take it?
Yeah, that was my original exit for not the original, but the one that got stopped out for my runner. That was it right there. Moved it too soon.
This will be the key area to see if we turn back down or not.
Yeah, because it's that potential swing high or lower high area.
Yes, definitely looking a little bit stronger though.
Looking decently strong.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to get a trade today because I was like, man, I'm already green so much. But then I saw that setup and I was like, I can't ignore that. Just got to take it.
I think the 55 level is the spot.
Just have to take it. Did your, let's see, I was just looking at the orb because I didn't really pay attention to it this morning.
I don't think we should talk about the orb today.
Yeah, no, great.
It's been way too choppy for it. So it took the long, stopped out. I was watching ES. So now it took the short and was about to stop out. And then did we do the same thing? Yeah, NASDAQ did the exact same thing. So potentially 2 stop outs on each already today. Too rangy.
Yeah, I did take I took the breakout this morning of the orb, but I only took it for like 10 or 12 points. It was a scalp. So I got it marked on my chart here. The white line is the 15-minute. The green line is also the 15-minute, but since the hourly and the 15-minute are in the same spot, that's why you only see one line down there. And then the orange is the hourly orb. So, or the first hour, the initial balance. That trade there is also like 55%, the initial balance trade. I take it sometimes. It just depends. It's not like a funded trade or anything. So, oh man, I haven't had latency all day, and then we just got a little flash of latency.
Oh no, mine's been pretty good today too, except my computer was choked right before I came on here. Other than that, all my data's been smooth.
Jay wants to know any advice to give to a beginner. I would say take it slow, Jay. Back test, forward test, trade on a sim. There's no point in putting money at risk, and just take your time. Don't compare yourself to anybody else. That's all.
Yeah, I gotta reiterate, take your time, because it feels like you are learning all these things and you should be able to implement it and you're all excited right away, but it really takes a lot of time and practice to get all of these little pieces into place.
Yes, just smacked right into that 64 level there. 131 contracts at 378, so that's above the overnight high too. Those have been there all day, I think. Says I hate weeks. So
still looking strong. Oh, see, I should have put it up at that 70 level too. I used to do a deal where I left 2 runners. I need to get back to that sizing.
2 runners would be good. You could scale one out. I just entered 1 micro. I was thinking I'd get a pullback. I mean, I'm not complaining. If you don't get a pullback, that's fine, right? You just hit your target.
Yeah.
But I
Just-
thought I might get a
just
bit
smaller.
of a pullback. Of course, when I'm trying to add, there's no pullback. When I go in full size,
Exactly.
it pulls back. That's just the way it works.
Murphy's Law of Trading.
Yeah.
Oh, I did want to switch accounts too, just in case. That account is done for the day.
ES back at the 15-minute orb as well here. See if it pops out of there.
Ooh,
Can it pop it?
Yes, that's 60. I had 63. You had 64. That's the spot, though. 63,
Yeah.
64 is this next spot here.
We get above the if we can get above the high here at 250s and kind of base, I think that the overnight high at the 360s is probably in play at that point. The OTE traders are probably looking to short somewhere up in this area. Which I don't think it's horrible, but I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. Come on, guys. 350 likes, we'll do the giveaway. Or at least we'll do one of them. I didn't say we'd do both. So just so you know. We got to keep you guys here for some reason, right? If that's all you're here for. We hope not. Your first TP, 25,256. Yeah, that's up there at the high. Kind of makes sense. Where's Barbie's hat? I think she threw that in the garbage.
I didn't want to wear my disguise today and throw everybody off.
I got to send her a UGA hat.
Oh, no.
Let her wear that. Looking like a bull flag to re-enter the break. Yeah, I didn't quite create one. I don't know if you guys have noticed, I moved up to the 2-minute chart. So I did that a couple of days last week. I'm still looking at the 1 minute as well off stream, but I'm liking the 2-minute chart a little better with the higher ATR that we've been having. So a little less stop outs.
I like a 2-minute chart better than a 1-minute chart. That was one of the things when I was trying to do all this early scalping. Even just that little switch made things easier for me.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the 1 minute chart, I sometimes go to the 30-second as well. I mean, it depends. Like if I got a clear draw on liquidity, I'm looking for an entry, because price is fractal, you can find an entry on any time frame. Probably higher probability the higher you go up, I guess. Did we hit 350? We're at 349 that I see. Let me refresh one more time. Yeah, 349. What up, Delta? You see ICT in me? Oh.
Uh-oh. Possessed by the demon.
No, I trade some ICT concepts. I did do the entire 2022 mentorship. Dug through most of it there, but yeah. We trade everything.
All right, here comes the 63's got him. See if this is larger chop or we're just going to pull back to the 50 area to test.
I think we have to hold that 40 level.
Yeah.
I might get a visit from a white van. Ooh, do they have puppies in there or chocolate? They got something in there.
Market lollipops. They got sim accounts. Get your sim account. Come in the creepy van.
How do I implement ICT stuff? Samir, I use inversions. So I like to see fair value gaps get wrecked. They got Chick-fil-A. I can't get in there this week, Karen. I'm on a different path this week.
Uh-oh. Is this a healthy kick or
yeah? We're only eating eggs for the next 5 days. Just eggs.
Only eggs.
Just eggs. That's it. Just eggs. Voltron got kidnapped and was told the truth.
I mean, does like creme brulee count or?
I don't know. The only kind of eggs I know are scrambled, fried, and boiled. So
I do have a lot of eggs. I was just thinking like, oh, there's too many eggs here. Some of these are old. I need to go through and float them. You can tell which ones.
Do you
Or
keep
the
up with
oldest
them,
that
like
way.
the dates?
I mean, way long ago, I used to write the date on them, but now I just like kind of have this system of left to right. So the old ones always go on the left. So the new ones always go on the left. So the oldest ones are always on the right. But I mean, there's probably like 20 dozen in there right now.
Guys, look at the 5-minute chart. There is not a single red candle since the lows. I mean, look at this. That is insane. Since we swept the low, every candle's green.
How about the stream? Are we bullish enough on the stream? Do we have enough likes?
We're at 390 likes. So Barbie can go ahead and pick one, and I'll pick one at 4 something. If Barbie wants to, it's up to her.
Maybe.
It's up to her.
I'm watching.
Bullish AF. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like right now.
Yeah, I mean, we got over we got over the 55. Right now we're seeing sellers at 63, 64, but look at that. We're taking them out to the moon. Right?
That's right. Yes, it's getting above the 15-minute range there too. It looks like it's going to squeeze to the high here. Why didn't I hold my long? Oh no. I took profit way too soon. Where did I take profit?
I know.
I don't even know.
You need to get better at your hindsight trading in the future. Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, I took 60 points. That's pretty good.
Only 60?
That's pretty good.
Come on.
I think we took it at like 129, didn't we?
A lot of times, y'all, we're hitting profit because we're managing money in accounts too, right? So the way I'm looking at it is I'm managing my money in my accounts too. So sometimes we are good for the day. The mission is accomplished. I can let that runner go and see if I get stopped. It got stopped. And that's the way it goes. I'm not trying to capture every low tick and every high tick.
We can get a pullback. We can maybe take a long, but we probably need to sweep the high first. I don't know. We'll see kind of what happens. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, I would expect something up here in the low 70s, up to mid 70s.
Yeah, I got 77 as the next level up. 77 and then 92.
Whoa.
Nice nice squeeze here for sure. We're putting in that nice, I don't know what letter this is. This could be an N.
It's always got to be a letter, huh? Somebody's got really sloppy handwriting.
Yeah, that's my handwriting. It's fine.
Oh, I see. Oops.
Take the highs in the lunch hour. We might. I mean, we're right here at the top of the hour now.
I'm still, I mean, I think a range is a decent possibility here. Is just keep ranging. What did we get up to overnight? I was trying to look at this.
The overnight high was, I don't know what was on ES, but 362 on NASDAQ.
Yeah, I mean, we went right back to 6,800.
Oh, 6,800. Yeah, that's right. I did mark that out.
So that's kind of that main spot there.
So another 35 points. It could get there.
Yeah.
It could do it.
That would be some weird sloppy structure, but it's possible.
We'll see if it squeezes. Kind of pulling back here at the top of the hour. I mean, I could take some aggressive scalps here, but I'm not going to do it. I'm already green $500. Like, that's the thing, guys. If you're green, huge, there's no point in taking a risk.
Yeah, you don't have to try to milk every last tick. Make sure I enunciate there.
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to switch over to the other account in case I do find a spot. I was copy trading both, but that last trade did not get taken on both accounts. I turned the copier off. My copier was being kind of wonky today too. I had all kind of wild, like there's like $100 difference in the accounts. I expect some slippage, but that's kind of crazy.
That's why I haven't put a trade copier on the new computer yet because I wanted to see if I really want to, which one I really want to use. I might do a different one.
Edward said, NASDAQ turned bullish after Barbie smiled at the chart. He needs the smile indicator.
All right. A lot of times the smile comes after I get the trade right too, though. Like when I'm watching the 6720 level and I'm brave enough to push the button and then it works. That helps a lot, not gonna lie.
Does that happen often with copiers? Yeah, you're going to get different feels with copiers. There's going to be some slippage. I'm using the Quantower copiers, the one I was talking about today. But listen, guys, there's issues with every copier. It doesn't matter what it is. You're going to have slippage here and there. So I think I had a little latency on a couple of the accounts, and maybe they got different feels. I'm assuming that's probably what it was. So, but yeah, I use the Quantower copier. I use Replicanto. So any of them's fine.
I might try something new because I've been using Replicanto, but yeah, I don't think there's a huge difference. And I have seen Replicanto white labeled through other places too.
Yeah, the slippage is not the biggest issue with copiers. The biggest issue is stuck orders or opposite orders. So like it'll hit your target and put you in an opposite position sometimes. Every copier does that. That's the most scary thing because, you know, if you're picking a good target, a lot of times it'll reverse or it won't, and it'll cost you a little bit of money. That happened to me last night. It cost me about $40 on my funded accounts. I was long. It put me in a short when it hit the target. So it is what it is.
I always check I like to turn the trade copier off, but I always check to see orders. I like to have one of the account windows have where I have positions, but also orders. So you can see if you have any little ghost orders out there, because that's what will end up, it could be replicated and happen weird.
Yeah, that's a necessity for sure. I keep a positions, a working orders, and my copy trading all in a group. And every time I exit a trade, I look up there to make sure it says 0. So
yeah, the markets are thinking about pulling back. I mean, that would be nice, right? Like at least this trade's kind of over. This long pump, it's just kind of over right now. Hopefully we get a little bit of a pullback and we can get a new entry and it doesn't just keep taking off without us.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. Anybody drink these sparkling ice waters? They're not really water. I'm drinking the black cherry, if you're interested. They're kind of tasty. It's better than drinking a soda, I guess. Soda's no good for you. All right, we're not holding the 64 level here. This could just be the pushback down here.
This could be it. Yeah, so that's kind of the question, though. Is this going to put in a new higher low to keep moving higher, or is this going to just be super rangy back and forth? When I look at the hourly, there's a lot of wicks that are kind of holding, let's see, what is that? The 50 level, really, but down to 40, 45.
Yeah, so this is kind of a tricky spot.
I'll show those on the hourly here where it just keeps, every time we go down below 67.50, it pops back up. So that's why it could end up breaking. Yeah, I don't know. This is a weird structure right now. It's not really breaking anything, but start maybe creating some structure.
I just noticed something. The hourly wick down here at 946 is actually a protected low. So I actually am kind of leaning towards just taking out that 255 level at a minimum. Maybe we pull back into the 130s and bounce. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. That's all we can do. I'm not quite sure.
I'm going to watch this 50 level.
I mean, if I was looking for a long, I might look at the 50 EMA on the 1 minute. It's down there just below VWAP at the 130s. You could stab long there, maybe for 10 or 15 points. I got this spot on my back that is itching, and I cannot reach it.
Let me see some weird. Well, no, because I can reach my whole back, but I want to see the dance.
I can't. Let me get something. Okay. There we go.
We had a good comment. Wait, where did it go? When in doubt, stay out. I like that. So that's a good thing to think of when you're like, which way is it going to go? That's a good point. Stay out.
That's what kids are
Yeah.
for. There's no kids here right now. They're in school. That's the problem.
Yeah, you just gotta do the whole thing. You can't reach your hands behind your back.
No, I can, but like so I have a broken collarbone right now.
Oh yeah, you're injured. That's fine. Got an excuse.
I have a broken collarbone, and so like
We need to get you one of those little things, the scratchers with the hand on the stick.
I need that for sure. I need that for sure. So like I said, I think we're going to push up into the 250s here. We could pull back 130s. Looks nice, but
yeah, I want to see how close we can get to 50. Might be more like 53, but we'll see. We got VWAP there.
Team Bull. That's a grandma thing to own. One of those scratchers.
I did get one for my mom. But I also got her one of those grabber things because she was in a wheelchair. So she couldn't reach stuff on the floor. She would drop it. So I got her one of those grabber things too. So she could scratch her back with one stick, go get her other stick, grab stuff. That's the geezer back, I think. We'll get you one of those.
My grandmother, I'll tell you a little story. She used to keep her money in a sock inside her bra. So when you'd go to the grocery store, she'd be like, whoop, pull out a sock to pay. It was hilarious. Oh, I don't know if if your grandmother, my grandmother was a bit of a, she was a country woman for sure. So, oh, nothing like a good moist dollar. Exactly. Imagine you're at the grocery store and the woman pulls a sock out of her bra to pay you. No, she just had one sock. So, that's one of those things.
My grandmother did show up one day with a horse with a foal in the back of a trailer. It was like, here, take care of them, and took off one day. That's my crazy grandma story.
She dropped a horse off with you?
She bought a mare and didn't know it was bred. And then when she had a baby, she was mad and didn't want to take care of him. And so she dropped him off with us because she knew that we would. So
that's the safest bank in the world, says Samir. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Yeah,
grandmas know. A lot of this stuff is like common sense to grandmas that you need to pay attention to.
Your grandma slams 40s at family functions and holidays. Hey, helpful. That's nice.
I remember when I traveled to Germany, I got off of a train somewhere. It was like 8 a.m. It was an overnight train, got off, and there was some grannies sitting at the bar with big old mugs of beer. That was awesome.
The grannies and the alcohol. I don't ever remember my granny drinking, but I did catch her smoking a couple of times in the middle of the night. And she would say that she would call me a liar. I was not smoking. Like, well, you had something in your mouth and there was smoke coming from it. So I don't know what you call it. But yeah. Do we read from the scripts? There's no scripts. This is straight from the hip.
You think they wrote scripts about grandmas?
Yeah, they were like, okay, methodical man, at 12:10, talk about your grandmother pulling her sock out of her bra.
This is what happens when the market's being old and slow right now.
Yeah, like we're not in a trade. There's no trade to take, so you gotta talk about something.
Waiting for the pullback.
All right, guys, let's get to 450 likes, and I'll give mine away. Barbie didn't give hers away. I don't know. She rug pulled you guys.
I already picked one.
Did you?
One. They already know.
Ah, there it is. She already picked it. She did it sneakily. I didn't know.
Yeah. Did it sneakily.
We need 41 more likes. Let's do it. Can we do it? Can we squeeze it? Let's see if we can squeeze it. Yeah, I'm looking for that 130. Like I said, I'm probably going to take a VWAP bounce here.
That's kind of where I'm looking too. So
you got like the 150 psych level. We got the previous day close. We have the VWAP and the 50 EMA on the 1 minute, all sitting right there at the 140, 150 level. So somewhere in that zone, we'll maybe place a little long. We'll go 20 points on it. This trade will have a negative R because I'm only going to take 10.
I want a little deeper, Let's go.
No, we can't have deeper. It's got to be now. I'm not long yet. I'm waiting for like that. At a minimum 142 area, 143. I think I'm going to place my order at 143. And of course, it would bounce right off the 47 level, which is the previous day close there, huh?
Of course.
Well, just didn't do it. Didn't tag me in there. Bounced before it got me. I left that line on my chart. That's the problem. If I'd have taken that line off my chart, it would have tagged me in. So it came down to 147, and I have my entry at 143. Missed me by 4 points.
I didn't get in yet. I wanted like 63, 64. So I just barely am not in yet too. I just need a few more points. I'm gonna go ahead and put an order in here.
Who's gonna be the winner? Didn't they say new people will win this week, not the same old ones? I don't know, Pearl. I've only ever picked one winner, so it's got to be somebody new for me. It's got to be. If you didn't win, you just have to blame Barbie.
I don't have a list of like who has
Previous
won anything.
Yeah, me either.
I just picked one.
That's how it
Did
works.
I do it wrong?
Try better next time. You set a trailing stop, the market used it for toilet paper. Let's go. Oh. All right, guys, we need 28 more likes. So if you're sitting there watching, you're like, I'm not pressing that like button. Well, you're the one who's delaying the winner. You're delaying the winner. I don't know if I like this level now. I mean, I already kind of tested it. We'll leave it there and see. Deba Deep says, I'm not picking him, even though he offered me a butt scratcher 2 for $15. That's the retail price, Deba. It's got to be cheaper than that. You're giving it to me for retail. Retail.
But, what I do when I have to pick a random winner is I watch and see who's chatting a lot and actually saying real comments. You guys don't know when I'm watching. When I'm able to watch, I'm stalking you guys. Sometimes I click on your profiles too, check you out, see what kind of videos you've got.
Make sure you're not a bot. You never know. All right, might get tagged in here. This is kind of a death candle, though.
Death candle. That sounds dramatic.
It's a death candle. I mean, like, look at it. It's it's 15 points. Never mind. It looked like it was bigger than it was. Oh, goodness. It looked like it was bigger.
I still want to watch this 50 area. That's what I'm wondering if it's going to get through the 54s, 53 area. I don't know. It'd almost be perfect if it overshoots that and goes down to 50 and then comes back up, but it's not even giving us that, huh?
Did you guys see that? I literally have my order sitting at 43.25. It went to 43.75 and bounced right away. That's so rude. Very, very rude. Missed me by 2 ticks. That's rude. Let me zoom in and show you. Look at that. Look at it. Just look at it. Will you just look at it? I mean, that's just, come on. Now I definitely don't like it. It went there on the regular NQ. Let me look. That's rude if it did. Oh, it did. It went to 143 on the regular NQ. Stupid micros. Darn you, micros. That happens to me more often than you might think, where it does that to me. That was rude. Now, I don't know if I want to take the third test here. Feels like I probably shouldn't.
It's getting into this very choppy, chop stuff that we see at this time of day.
I'm only looking for 10 points, so I don't mind it. That's the micro curse.
The NASDAQ.
All right, let's see if the third time's a charm for me here. Micros on PAs, minis on evals. I should tech T. I really should. Forex lover, we're going to make it random. We're going to do it randomly. So we still need 16 more likes. Math is hard. We need a few more likes. See, I'm going to hold you hostage until you hit the like button.
What a tease. That's why I didn't announce right away.
Hold you hostage.
I was trying to build some suspense, and then I got distracted, but you know how it is.
Rejection happens all the time. Yesterday, I got rejected by 2 girls outside McDonald's.
No,
next
not
time,
outside McDonald's.
Yeah, go to Wendy's next time.
Yeah. That's your problem right there.
Or Chick-fil-A. You got to go to
class
where.
it up.
Yeah, you got
the
to
Christian
the
chicken.
classier females. Here come the McDonald's people out of the woodwork. I like a good McDonald's now. There's nothing wrong with that. All right, if it does it to me again, guys, you know, it's okay. I'm tagged in, and then it's just gonna dump. Watch. Come on. Don't be rude.
The problem is ES isn't there yet.
I know it. That's so rude. So rude. ES is getting to the 55, though. Look at that, guys.
Yeah, I think we got to deal with 52, 53. A little bit closer in here.
Oh, maybe.
Wait. This might be
Maybe.
it here. We'll see.
Can we squeeze? Can we squeeze? It decided to miss my stop by a tick, too. Come on, NASDAQ. Be a nice girl. Be a sweet girl. We get to the 148 area. I'm going to move my stop to break even. Come on. Go, go, go. No. She decided not to do it.
Yeah, I think it's just looking a little bit deeper.
Do not be rude. Rip it. I'm thinking if we can just get above previous day close, we can squeeze back up here, but there we go. Stop to break even. Let's go. Target. Will it be acquired? Let's go.
How close are you? Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Nice.
It hit. It hits. All right, guys, we need
You
7 more
always
likes.
pick the best little tiny spots. It's impressive.
Yeah, it was like 1 or 2 ticks off my let me see how close that was to my stop. The low was, my stop was 123.25 and the low was 123.50. Let's go. Perfect spot.
There we go. We got it.
That was dangerous though. That was the third.
That was dangerous.
Yeah.
I was
Third
judging
test.
you a little bit.
We like to live on the edge. We live on the edge. So that puts me up $422 on that account.
Okay, if you haven't liked the stream yet, now you have to like it after that.
Yeah, 2 winners to start off the week.
Yeah, it's about time to get another winner here too, right?
It is. It is.
Winners all around. So we got to make sure we're there. Okay, we're at 445. Why not 450? Guys?
Just need 5 more.
Dude,
Thanks to
group
Barbie.
project.
Look, Helpful says, thanks to Barbie, I'm into chicks with ticks.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice little play on words. Let's go. All right, all right.
I think we got it.
What's my favorite
You can
sauce?
reward the people.
All right, guys. The winner has been picked. And the winner is Heather Williams, 9207. Congratulations. Congratulations. Unless the winner's not here to collect. We're all winners. Let's go. I like it. Daniel Baker. I think that's your name. Congratulations on the win for the 150K scale account. You thought we were friends, Samir? Well, I mean, we are friends with everybody, but only one person can win.
Back tomorrow.
Yeah, come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. Try again. That's all we can do.
All right.
Yeah, now,
how'd y'all do today, chat?
is everybody green?
I don't want to touch anything else at this point because it's been all winners and I've already traded a lot.
Room is long here. Everybody short it since room is long. No, I'm just kidding. Room and I are always in opposite trades.
Interesting.
Yeah. Sometimes we're aligned, not very often.
Green, all green, green beans. Love it.
Super green.
Waiting for your balance to refresh to get a payout. Let's go.
That's awesome. Congratulations on the payout. Let's go.
We're getting some buyers here.
Yeah, starting to push. Room's long. Maybe room knows something we don't. Yeah, I'll probably switch back to the 2-minute chart. Let's see what we get on that pullback. Did it hit anything? I mean, kind of, but again, I still think we're pushing up into the 250s, but we could still pull back further.
Yeah, that's kind of the danger in this area with this time when the volume's lightening up too. It makes it a little bit easier for smaller orders to tug things around.
All right, we got about 5 minutes left into the day. You guys got any questions you want to drop for Barbie?
Or Methodical Man?
Oh, no. Oh, it's just for you. I have no answers. No answers. Kidar, where are you at? It's a good night. You must be somewhere where it's late. Where is it late at? Australia? Hold on. What time is it? I have no clue.
Late in Europe, right?
6 p.m., 6:30 in Europe.
It's the middle of the night in Asia.
India. Okay, that makes sense. When is Kirby Smart going to retire? He's like 49 years old or something, so maybe 20 more years.
So you do have the answers.
Yeah, maybe 20 more years. Who's going to win the 150K tomorrow? I would guess Danny Y1G5N has a chance.
That's a good guess.
They have a chance. So a 1 in X 100 of a chance.
Edward, my strategy is sending the chart nudes until it reacts the way I need it to.
Oh, dang. I did that and the market dumped. It didn't work.
It might be possible to be consistent without journaling, but the way I look at it is like, do you want to make things easier or do you want to make things harder? And when you're keeping track and, attending to a plan and making sure your plan is working, it's a lot easier.
Heather, how do you activate your win? There's a form that they dropped in the chat that you got to fill out. So scroll back up and find that form. I don't know if Ash can maybe Abhishek can drop it again, or whoever that was. I think it was Abhishek.
How much do I trust the 15-minute orb? I don't trust it a ton. That's why it's just a mechanical trade. What I do is I trust the numbers and I trust the math behind it long term. And if I need to make adjustments, I'll make adjustments. But it's I mean, it basically you're going off of just numbers and statistics on that trade, and you trust the numbers, not the trade. You know what I mean? You trust the results and the numbers over time, which changes, but that's okay. So that's one of the reasons we track these things and continue back testing and continue optimizing things.
Weekly bias, I don't really use that because I'm looking for 10 points. So really 5-minute, 10-minute chart, or 5-minute, 15-minute.
You don't need
chart.
the weekly bias.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's really irrelevant for me. So I don't even look at the weekly, to be honest. I don't. I do look at the hourly. That's about as high as I go. Sometimes 4 hours. Just depends. Banana magnets? I'm not sure what that is. You got me with that one. I'm lost. Is it possible to stay consistent without journaling? Ravi, I'm going to let you in on a secret. I've never journaled a day in my life. So there you go. I've journaled a few trades here or there, but not a ton. Not very many. Some people can get away with it. Some people can't. It's just, it just depends on the person. But I'm also a person, I could look at this chart and tell you the last 10 trades I took. So I have a really good memory when it comes to that sort of thing. So even the losers, we can tell you the losers. I think we got Matt coming up next here in about a couple of minutes. How do you know you win an account? If they select your name back at, if your name is selected. Minimum account balance lock on MyFundedFutures eval. What does the minimum account balance lock mean? I mean, on the eval, does the account balance lock matter? I don't think it does. Just got to hit the target. Thank you, Rocky Mountain. 468 likes. Let's go. I am starving today, guys. I have eaten nothing all day today. Nothing. I've eaten nothing. I got to have some food. So, eggs, it is helpful. How'd you know?
Good trades today.
Yeah, 2 winners. Nothing wrong with that. 3 winners. We got to count all of them together. 3 winners. I hear something.
You are welcome.
Oh,
got no audio. Your fingers in your ear, that always helps.
Bring out the air guitar. Nah.
Try again. Almost there.
I see something on the screen, guys. I see something on the screen. Don't let it pass you by.
Yeah, don't worry about Matt. Just look at the screen.
Oh, this is what is it called? This is not real Matt. This is one of those
slightly fatter Matt or slightly duffer Matt.
What is it called? Hologram. It's hologram Matt. He's not really here.
All right, that should be better. You guys can hear me now.
There you
right?
are. Gotcha.
We're good?
You can't
Friends,
tell them right away.
hello.
You got to mess with them. You got to say like, no, we don't hear you.
Hold on, now I can't hear you guys. What is going on here? I was having like crazy technical difficulties today on my thing here.
Just press the button, Matt. That's all. Press the button. Now he's gone.
Like I had to do that mid-morning restart too. Tech is cursed today. But as long as you get your trades in, right? I mean,
yeah, that's all you need.
See if you got that done. Are we trying it again?
Wait a second. I
There's some weird feedback loop going on. I can't hear you guys, but y'all can hear me. That's good. I don't know. I had this major outage today. I had to reboot and do everything. I'm still recovering from it, so I don't know what's going on. You guys can just carry for like 5 minutes while I figure it out. I got to get all my stuff like resituated here, so hang tight. Let me make sure I get everything going on here.
That's why we're mostly just consolidating up here right now. This was the area that I was kind of wanting to get out of. Well, I was looking to see if we're going to hold this 53, 54 area, but it's got to go somewhere too.
Yeah, consolidation here. I have zero plans on taking any more trades. Zero plans. Not doing it.
Yeah, I'm good today. I'm good. All you had to do is get a piece of that long, and then you're feeling real good, you know. Like mission accomplished.
Did you try downloading more RAM? Lizzie, I can only put on the sunglasses once. That's the daily limit. Although these are, Georgia Bulldog sunglasses. Let's go.
Oh, we're just gonna keep on that all week while you still got that, huh?
Listen, I don't ride it too far. Just enough. Just enough.
Uh-huh.
So, go dog, says Dave. I like it. Some say that that ended Texas's season. I don't know. I have no idea.
I think you guys
when
can hear
they
me now.
I hear you.
Hear you.
It's okay. That'll do for now. Hi, hello. Good to see you guys.
Welcome back to the show.
I was here, but I wasn't here. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's a very like metaphysical sort of sensation of that. But thanks for hanging on there for a minute.
That happened to me the other day too. I had no audio, and I was like, "What do I do?"
I had the craziest morning. Like, okay, in the middle of this market dumping, it's so funny because I'm in this random trading challenge thing I'm doing. I'm taking some heat, taking some drawdown. And then right when I get into a trade at this very dip, which I grabbed, literally right there, everything, the internet just blipped out for a hot minute. And it came back on, and then I couldn't log back into my encoder to continue streaming. And I fought that thing for like 45 minutes. And I rebooted my computer, Windows forced an update. Like everything could go wrong. And finally, I re-downloaded the encoder app. And then it allowed me to connect. It wasn't letting me like log in for some reason. It kicked me out when the internet went crazy. I don't know if it got hacked. I don't know if I'm just dumb, but like the last thing people remember is like, I was like about to get in on trade and I disappeared. I was reading chat on my stream and people were like, that's going to show up and like magically be green. And then I showed up and I was magically green and everybody was making jokes like, well, it took you a long time to Photoshop your results today and everything. Was really funny. So I had to reinitialize everything, which is why the mic wasn't working right now. So crazy. My morning was all right. How about y'all's?
We're big green over here. Huge green. Yeah. Huge.
How'd you do, bro? Nice.
Done.
Big greens today. Nice. Did you get that? Did you grab that NASDAQ or S&P 6720 or the 940 NASDAQ?
I bought 950.
Let me see your charts, Matt. I think you still have to share.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, hold on. Let me get
I want to see what you got too. So I got an initial long and a little baby short, and then I was waiting for that big long. I got a piece of it. I bet I want to see how you did on that one. I think that's where you were talking
I
about.
still need to like log into all my stuff. Like I'm just now getting back. I'm not even logged into all my trading platforms yet.
Oh, you don't even know how you've done yet?
No, I do, but like I'm not in the trade I'm in. I made $1,700 by the end of the day. I can see my
All
screen.
right.
Nice.
Was that your challenge account?
Yeah. The challenge account.
That's the one you're letting ChatGPT just pick was it a 15-minute window?
Yeah. A random 15-minute window, and then I'm forced to jump in on a trade. And then I have to choose long or short. And then based on where we are and what the risk is, I get to choose how much I trade, but I can't go any less than 1 mini. So I have to take at least 1 E-mini worth of risk at any given time.
Can you add and things like that?
I can. So I can add and I could subtract, but I have to keep at least, see, it's frozen. It says I'm exposed at 2, but I'm not in any trade right now. It's actually 0. Yeah, so I can add, I could subtract, and I can add at any point as long as I stay engaged in the trade. So an example is today, I get to choose to like strategically bag hold so I can grab a good trade. And I know it's kind of something I wouldn't normally do, but it's allowing me to calculate like total risk that I would take and then add to a position. So like this particular one, I long small, longed bigger, and then closed out small, then held a small position all the way down to there, and then smashed into the long there, and then kind of broke even with some change off of that. And that's basically kind of the rule is allowing yourself to hold a runner or allowing yourself to bag hold means that you can everything is just risk management at that point. I would normally sit out of the trade as it's falling like that, but then I'm not allowed to get back in where I want to. So I have to take the penalty of I have to hold all that drawdown. So it requires me to reduce the size to compensate. So I'm just basically showing small size, big size, small size. When it's going against me, trim small. When it's going with me, get big, things like that. And just straight up risk management trading style, which is a very, very challenging thing to do. But
yeah,
it's been doing okay.
Well,
pretty
sounds
hard.
like it definitely gave you a challenge this morning.
Today was the craziest challenge. I don't know. What was y'all's days like? The trade y'all took today?
Oh, I took
the morning. Mm-hmm. You want to go first, Mytho?
No, I don't care. I was just saying I longed 958, but I only took 10 points. Mm-hmm. And then I longed again at 69, 25.069, and I think we took 60 on that.
Oh, very nice.
So
well, I was on ES. I was watching the 6740 level, and we immediately dipped lower and then went back above it. So I took that long for a scalp, and then mm-hmm. I don't know. I wasn't sure we were really going to go anywhere. There wasn't any catalyst for today, so I was just kind of watching for that next reject point, and we kind of mm-hmm. got into that old gap and then fell back out of it. So I just took the shortest little scalp out of that on NASDAQ. But mm-hmm. then I was just kind of waiting for, I figured if we're going to range, I was looking at that 6720 level down there. So it mm-hmm. gave us an opportunity to sweep the lows on ES and give it a little bounce. I just didn't get in right away. I was hesitating. So I was like waiting for all my confirmations. Eventually I caught a little piece of that.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I guess that's where your ad was, your big ad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I was really waiting for confirmations, so I didn't get the bottom.
That's all I got. The ad is at one spot. I had 2 really strong support pivots line up on NASDAQ, and then I decided to take one more stab at it. But today was just, I mean, we had the same kind of trading day Friday. It was the same kind of nonsense, just up and down, and it's not really picking a direction. It's not really like trending. We're sort of sitting pretty. I think all eyes are waiting for NVIDIA.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, like, until we get all this stuff later this week, if this is just going to be, we're still kind of stuck in the nonsense that we had last week a little bit.
Yeah.
It's looking like it's ready to break out. Just,
Yeah. Today's going to be so funny if we just end up just dying or what. I don't know how many times bulls are getting slapped jumping in on the long here and shorts are getting slapped jumping on the short here. If I were to take a bet, and again, it's kind of just a guess. I think that the market is still trying to trade lower in general, not maybe today, but like in general. So like normally when you see this sort of, like the market is just consolidating at a high, squeezes up on an event, gaps up, fills the gap, and then never really retraces highs. Like you had like 3 waves up where it's kind of consolidating lower. Usually that spells out more downside. So you can just see this all the time when it sort of like stair steps down. It's usually the start of something bigger, just like we had back here. Maybe it does try to test highs and then sell. But I try to tell myself that the market is losing that momentum on the bull side, that this consolidation pattern, not really the strongest sign of liquidity when VIX is continuing to trade higher and market's not achieving, retracing back the highs. So I'm a little worried that this market is going to, depending on, again, NVIDIA earnings are going to pretty much be anything. And this market will flip on its head the moment we get those earnings come out. NASDAQ can just go straight up. It can go straight down. And that's really what everybody, since the scare is this whole AI bubble, that's really all it's, like on the plate this week in the Fed minutes of the meeting, which are probably going to talk about how we're not going to get a rate cut in December, which it's like 40% chance we get it now. And I don't know. There's really no bull catalyst I can see giving the market some hope. I don't know. I think we're coming down next month, which I hate because I hate bear markets. They're the worst.
Well, there's always buys in there, even in the bear market. So
this is true.
You have to be so patient, though.
Pick your spots, catch those knives, don't get stabbed.
Oh yeah. All right, I'm still trying to get all my apps open here. I'll try to get this thing loaded up here.
All right, guys, I'm going to call it there. Good luck with your trading in the afternoon, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, brother.
See y'all.
All right. Alfie Barbie. Oh, awesome.
I guess I'm here for a little bit longer.
That's right. I'm not letting you go anywhere. You have to stay.
Holding me hostage? Is this the white van?
Pretty much. You have to stay until the market moves and until we break out highs or lows, which means you'll be here all day. Probably gonna be
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like that's kind of why I was like really ready to wrap up trades. It was kind of good timing to end my segment there because it's kind of getting sloppier, and part of me is like after I've been trading for a few hours and the market gets a little sloppier. I mean, I'm getting sloppier too, and it's not really a good mix.
Yeah. All right. I'm scribbling something on the screen. This is probably what I think we get. Tomorrow we roll into a new VIX futures contract, right? And the forward curve is actually flipped. So December is in backwardation for the first time in a while around rollover. And Wednesday morning, VIX option expires. So we have a whole new volatility month with a flat forward curve. So volatility is basically here to stay. And a lot of this action like this is all volatility type stuff. You get a lot of positioning for that. And I really do feel like this is kind of what the market's building up, some volatility. It might flush to finish out the month. And then if it does recover, December gets better maybe. But I think we're kind of in this weird spot where I don't think this is like that dip where, generational bull wealth is built. It just feels like it's sort of trying to find this lower 23 and a half level, at least just to kind of test what we've seen the last half of the year, where we had that stability down in here. So I don't know. And even as I'm talking, the market's just not really finding a floor today. Nope. I have to take a trade at exactly 1:57. ChatGPT has chosen 12 minutes from now to ruin my day. So 12:57 my time.
You're taking a trade in the morning and a trade in the afternoon?
I have to, whenever it rolls the dice, I have to make a trade. Hold on, let me make sure it was 12:57. Hold on. I think it was, hold on, or 1:57. Let me double check. Oh, it's at 1:57. Okay, cool. So I have some time. Every time I make a trade, there's a 30-minute cooldown, and then I have to make another trade. And then it just keeps rolling the dice. As soon as I exit, wait 30 minutes, roll the dice. I exit, wait 30 minutes, roll the dice. And then it just keeps throwing trades at me. Yeah.
That's a really cool challenge. That's something that I'm
157.
still like trying to figure out is all that money management. That's not my top skill right now.
Yeah.
That's a cool challenge to work on that.
It's forcing me to trade small. The easiest way I'm learning on the fly, like what you should do. And I'm experimenting and learning. If you know it's going to be choppy and be a range, then just, hedge your bets. I have to be in a trade and I've got 2 really strong places to trade from. Well, then let me just do the bare minimum like here and then, hit it pretty heavy down here, stage into it in the middle and then just play all the pivots. And then if I'm forced to take a stop below everything, then I just have the smallest position possible. And then I don't take a big of a loss, but then I'm allowed to sort of like dig in at the stronger pivots if I need to. So I've been just trading like super small until I hit a confident pivot and then just piling in. So I've been taking like, red, get in on the trade, make it all back.
I was talking about that with some of the traders in our community too, because if you're going to get to profitability, like that's what everyone wants.
Mm-hmm.
Some people will focus really, really on, they're just going to focus on risk to reward, and other people focus really hard on the trade management. But it's when you bring both of those together and you combine your profitability percentage with the way you manage money, that's where that like true edge seems to come from. Yeah,
100%. Okay, somebody's asking in chat what the prompt is. All right, this has become a problem with this challenge and also in my stream. So ChatGPT is not trading for me. Somebody on Twitter the other day, it was like I thought I was being trolled, but they were genuinely confused. Somebody goes, how is ChatGPT making trades for you? Because I wrote this thing like ChatGPT choosing a random time for me to trade. And someone goes, well, how is ChatGPT trading for you? It doesn't have live data. And I go, well, no, ChatGPT is just choosing a random time. Yeah, but how are you showing it your charts? ChatGPT is just picking a random time for me, like a random number generator. Yeah, but how does it know what strategy to use? And I'm just like,
it's projection, because if somebody else was using ChatGPT, if that guy was using ChatGPT, he wouldn't know what else to do with it. So it's like, it can't picture it.
So ChatGPT, the prompt is as follows: choose a random 15-minute interval, and then I make a trade. That's it. I choose everything else. And when I said that on Twitter, the person was still like, but how does it know? And I'm like, it's just rolling the dice on time. And then that part's random. So I'd love to have a ChatGPT prompt that would make trades for me, you guys. It's asking in chat. ChatGPT is doing 0 strategy. This challenge is to have 0 strategy, only risk management. So the prompt is literally ChatGPT choose a random 15-minute window between now and market close. And then ChatGPT goes, hello, here's your market window. And with that, I have to choose everything else. The rules we have in the challenge is I have to trade at least 1 mini, so I can't wuss out of a trade if I don't like it. And then I have to execute a trade inside the window. I got to choose on the fly, long or short, based on the best evidence I got. The thing is, I don't get to wait for the A+ setups. Normally, I would wait all day for this like A+ setup to get it, and then make like a pretty big fat check off of that trade. But then in ChatGPT, it forced me to take a trade here, which sucks, which is in the middle of nowhere. So I chose small, bag held to there, and then I hit it hard and turned green. And so the challenge is like to have me be thrown into like a stupid situation where I'm bag holding all kind of stuff. And what do I do to get out of it? And I have limits on how much I'll lose and stuff. And that's basically the challenge, you guys. That's it.
It's pretty cool. Money management mastery there.
It's hard, Barbie. I'm not going to lie. It's scary.
No, I
and
know.
hard
Like
sometimes.
I wouldn't want it to be long there earlier.
I'm like, maybe I can short it, but I'm like, but it's so bullish today. I don't know. And yeah, so it's helping me understand, and again, I'm using my normal strategies for risk management I do. And for you guys trading, in reality, when in doubt, just trade small or sit out. It's always a good rule of thumb. And in this challenge, when it throws me in the trade and I go, oh, this kind of sucks. Well, let me take something small. And then I'm just flipping a coin sometimes, because today was a flip of a coin. Other times it's lining up with a good pivot with good confluence. And then I can actually have some good bias. But if I have to flip a coin or my confidence is bad, then it's just take the bare minimum. And I could have just shorted. Yeah, I mean, coulda, woulda, shoulda, right? 9 times out of 10.
Why didn't you take that hindsight trade?
Yeah, I'm going to go back in time. ChatGPT, invent a time machine for me. Let's go back in time. Yeah, I
ChatGPT
always could have
didn't tell you
shorted
which
as
way the
well.
market was going to go.
Yeah. That was the one thing that was missing, was my crystal ball that would have known that in hindsight. But this is one of those days where, the market, this is not, I mean, it's not shorting, it's not long. It looks like it's trying to sell off now, but it's just
We're still in the range.
still in the range. This is sort of scaring me now to think that this market is going to survive today. This is a strong pivot. If I had all my choices, I would be longing right here. That's a great place to long from. But I am going to not do anything on this account because I can't until 157, which sucks. Yeah. Somebody says, Matt Barbie, personal question. I'll let Barbie answer first. Before trading, what was your work?
So I was in real estate, and I was a real estate broker. I had my own company, and then we also did development and construction. So everything real estate. So in 2020, I was already feeling done with that. And then the 2020 happened, and it was the hardest year. I made a ton of money, but it was the hardest year ever. And I don't want to do that ever again. Burnt me out. Done. So here I am.
When was it in 2020 was the last year that you were doing it?
I sold a couple houses after that, just kind of finished some stuff out with some clients. But in 2020, I sold a ton of real estate. I almost made $1 million just in commissions, which has never
Was it
happened
because
before.
everybody was trying to get out, right?
It's because everybody was moving. Everybody was moving up. So people that were in the city wanted to buy ranches. People were coming in from New York and California. They were taking private planes fleeing New York and California.
Oh, because of the COVID craze. They just want to live off the grid and
yeah. And I've always done high-end real estate. So I'd have a $3 million house that would bid up to $5 million. It was absolutely insane. And
That's
it was
crazy.
the most work I've ever done. I never slept. I was so stressed out. I sold our house and my parents' house, and we had nowhere to go. It was crazy. So yeah, I mean, real estate you burn out of, and then you have to kind of recover. And that was just too much. That was it.
Oh man. And then like, yeah, because had you stuck with it, the next 2 years would have been a frenzy on the other side when everybody was buying, when you had like the low interest rates and all that. And
well, that's what I was in. I was in that huge frenzy too. I was participating in that a little bit, but yeah. Then when they started going back up, I was so glad to be out of that. Like, I don't want to explain this to new home buyers right now. Why suddenly the rates are 7% and they can buy a third of the house that they could. Like,
yeah, nice. Oh, I read Edward said something about back on the ChatGPT. Been using that to break down fundamentals on Nasdaq. It's shockingly accurate. Yeah, ChatGPT is good at fundamentals and kind of like storybook analysis of what things are going and kind of telling you how to analyze stuff. It's really good at that. I've actually like not really explored it as much as I have, but people in our Discord all the time talk about it. Very cool real estate. Well, my job, I was a chemical engineer for a while in the early 2010s is when I stopped. I lost my last like real full-time job in 2010 during the financial crisis of that era. And then I sort of was like, trying to figure out what I wanted to do next. I always wanted to start a business, but I didn't know what I wanted to do. And of course, the economy was basically collapsed at that point. And my friend got me into trading, who was a trader. And I was always kind of like interested in financial markets. I got interested in it while I was an engineer. I used to study metals markets because I had to buy, $5 million worth of platinum catalyst, every 3 years. So we would study the markets. And I thought I was very fascinated if there was like mathematical solutions to like price trends and diving into it that way. But then when I got into trading personally, when I got laid off, I had gotten a severance package. Half my company got laid off, and I took it and just threw it in the markets and kind of stuck with it for a little bit, but obviously it didn't work out at first. And then I went back to work part-time, and then I got a job as a consultant. I'd work, contract jobs, get a job for 3 months here, 6 months there, make a, quick fortune, and then take off for a couple months, trade work. And I did that for a while. And then it was about 2014 whenever I started like kind of catching my stride. So it was like, took me like 4 or 5 years to where I finally went full time. And then in 2015, I was pretty much done. That was my last, my first kind of like, year as only trading was my only income. That's it. And then
I'd always been interested in finance and was discouraged from it. It's finally like, you know what? It's my terms now. I'm going to go figure it out.
Yeah.
You kind of have to have that moment.
Was it hard to like dive into finance, or you had a lot of experience with houses and comps and stuff, digging through numbers and everything?
Yeah, I mean, numbers wasn't part of it. It was, it's those cliches like you're going to lose all your money in the market and all of this stuff. I had to shake all of that mental stuff that I didn't even realize I was carrying to really learn this. And I started out in options. So I knew I had to really define risks and everything. And so I was able to kind of base it off of all of that. But it was interesting. So the very first chemical engineers in Texas, the first year they licensed, I believe there were 2. The very first year they licensed chemical engineers in the state of Texas. My dad was one of them.
Really?
Yeah.
That's recent too, because chemical engineering was not really a thing until recently. They were all mechanical engineers at that point that would get a chemistry background. So a chemical engineer was like a title you gave to somebody. It wasn't even a degree you used to get until probably the 70s, 60s, 70s, where it started becoming.
It's in the 70s. The very first chemical engineers were licensed.
That's pretty
cool. Came
out
of UT. That's how we ended up here.
That's really cool. Very nice.
So I've helped him with a lot of that work before too. He's
really
done a lot of wastewater designs, so a lot of roads and communities and all kinds of stuff, even some oil stuff. So
that's fun. That's really fun. I liked it. I mean, I always felt like I was serving a purpose. In college, I did a cool research project, and in industry, it was like everything I do, I'm like saving the environment because I cut down our carbon emissions on our flare and things like that with the project. I'm like, see, I'm helping the world out, and I always would feel like it was doing something that was meaningful. And I was a kid with a really cool job. It was nice to just drive around in a golf cart and climb towers and hang out with people. It was a lot of thinking and not a lot of work. That's how people about when you work at a plant as an engineer. You're mostly just talking and thinking and talking with everybody, and you're not necessarily doing much. You're just kind of just there making sure everything works. And if something isn't, then you go to the drawing board and then you do a little bit of work. And but it was just it was a cool career. I definitely miss it. But I also love what I do now. So
well, yeah, that's really cool to hear about. And it's always interesting. I think a lot of people come out of, you're at kind of a low point in a career that you may have loved and are just ready for something else. And that's how a lot of us end up here.
Oh, yeah.
I like hearing about that.
Oh, yeah. Somebody said in chat, you're in school for mechanical engineering. Do you think it's worth it? I think it's extremely worth it. Like, engineering school is by far the quickest turnover of a 4-year degree into the salary you get out of it. Like any other degree that gets a 4-year degree doesn't pay as much as engineering or computer engineering or mechanical engineering. Mechi's near the top of like converting your 4-year degree into a salary. You're going to do very well as far as like a comfortable life without having to go to school for 10 years. It's that kind of like, kind of happy middle ground to have a comfortable life without being a doctor or whatever. But hello? What's up? Oh, okay. Okay. A random eye doc just walked in. Can you?
Hey, eye doc.
Hi.
Okay. And if you, in engineering school, you'll like it. And also, even if you do anything else in life, you pivot from engineering school. I tell people, engineering school teaches you how to solve problems, and whatever you choose to do after it, engineering school will prepare you for anything. Like you will get something thrown in front of you. You got to figure it out. Start a business, start a bakery, doesn't matter. It's engineering is a good path. I always tell people it's not a terrible idea. Just know that in the career field, a lot of engineers are like, hire and fire cycles where you might work for a couple of years and be laid off and work for a couple of years laid off. So you got to learn how to work through that as the supply and demand of engineers it's like always doing this. But yeah, so my advice to you is keep your connection strong, network outside of your organization. That way, when you get laid off, you're a phone call away from picking up a new job somewhere else. This is pretty normal.
Well, I am going to head out, and I got
Alrighty.
somewhere else I need to be, but it's cool getting to stay and chat with you today. And now that we're at support, hopefully we get something cranking for you here.
Hopefully so. This has been such a nightmare of a day today. I bet some people. I have no clue what's going on.
Good luck,
guys.
y'all. Finish strong if you're going to
Barbie.
keep trading. Otherwise, enjoy your day.
All right, we'll see you later. What on earth is going on here? Honestly, it's M for Matt. Like, I think the market's cheering me on because I was having computer problems today. But this is the weirdest sort of price action I've seen in a very long time. I'm not kidding you guys. I'm a little worried about this overall market. This right here, the failure of this to find any kind of ground. I don't know what to tell y'all. If this goes up here, I'm probably just going to quit trading. This has been the most confusing, probably price action. We have a lot coming up. We have minutes of meeting on Wednesday. We've got finally government data turning back on. A lot of sector rotations today. VIX is still elevated. Forward curve slipping over, which is common in a bear market. And NVIDIA earnings, right? Which is kind of like the coin flip of what this market's going to do between now and, the end of the day or end of the week Friday. So I don't even know. I have no idea. Somebody says, you've been a tooling engineer for 15 years. You need more good ones in the field. Heck yeah. Am I trading this? Right now, I am certainly, I can't make a trade until 47. Hold on. When did ChatGPT choose for me? 57. So for the random challenge, I can't even do anything until then. So today's was an interesting setup, which I'll let you guys know. Y'all know liquidity pockets are my favorite trades. From here to here, my favorite trade. Here to here, here to here. I mean, all morning, they're just seeing pressure off the bottom. Bear zone top, which is the light gray on my screen, and the dark gray, which is the bull zone. Between bear zone and bull zone, I take this trade every single time when it touches. This is one of my favorite trades to take. It's a really strong pivot, and it's very hard to break down to the downside. It takes a lot. Even today, when it broke, it jumped back in. Now it looks like it's breaking for good. And this M shape sort of just craziness looks like it's done. So when I rolled the dice, it actually chose like right here for me to trade. And I had a 15-minute window, and like right in here, I grabbed the long. And I knew that liquidity pocket is one of my strongest trades to take. So I quickly just used some math. The risk management challenge is like basically position management. So I know I have to do something with at least one. Sure, I can short, but I didn't have a short signal. So I grabbed one contract here, and when it dipped, I grabbed one more for two total. So I had two right here. And then it fell through, and then I trimmed back down to one, and that's all I did. And then it fell, if I can remember, God, so much has happened, so I can't even remember all of it. But when it fell down to here, I remember getting like 6 total. And then when it went right back up to there, I trimmed back down to my normal 2 that I had, something like that. So then I held my 2 for a runner with the cost basis that was now right there. And when the 2 fell all the way through to there on the bottom side, I remember adding 13 more for a total of 15, just to really get my cost basis lower. And then it started falling to there, and then I trimmed everything back down the 2 again. And then right when it hit the bottom, I stabbed it with 3 more NASDAQs at my high volume pivot, and then my computer went crazy. And then right when we got to there, I trimmed out of the NASDAQs. And then right when we got to fill the gap here, I trimmed out of the S&P total and took profit. So the interesting thing is that, I would have taken probably about a 9K loss had I not gotten that dip there. And again, this is what happens when the trade goes against me. I still know my alternatives on where I can possibly trade from. If it was normally not ChatGPT choosing a random time for me to trade, which is the challenge I'm doing to make it extra hard for myself, I wouldn't have made a trade here. As a matter of fact, this yellow line is usually a resistance pivot. It doesn't mean that it's every time, but it can resist really hard like today that it did. It's about a 50-50 thing, but when it does reject, it rejects very hard, as you see. And normally in my normal trading, I would have done nothing. And it forced me to do something. I have to choose. Well, all my signals at the time were long. All those indicators are greater than 0. It's a long liquidity map. All the arrows are pointing up. So I had to take the long. And when I know I have to take the long and I know there's potential drawdown, I always just calculate how much I'm going to lose. Like, I'm going to long here. Well, where do I pull the plug? I'm going to pull the plug right here. Okay, so that's 68 or 88. No, wait. 68 down to 32. Dang, that's 36 points. Well, one contract at 36 points is only about $1,800, right? It's not really that bad. All things being equal, where I'm allowing myself to lose about 3,000 per trade. So now I can budget that, right? Well, I can hold one all the way to there, and I can dive right back into there. My total daily loss on the worst case scenario would be a $12,000 loss for the most part. I lose about 12% at most. If I just take loss after loss after loss, I'll pull the plug there. So the whole budget of where I get in, how much I add, and where all that stuff and where I stop is to keep me under budget, so that way I never go beyond that total loss limit. In a risk management challenge, that's what I'm trying to demonstrate. What happens if you get into a shitty trade, Matt? What do you do? Well, I could just pull the plug, right? But yesterday or Friday and today were both the same kind of trading day. I took very big drawdowns being on the wrong side of the trade, and I managed to work my way back into profit by just being on the wrong side of the trade. The idea is knowing where it can be strong, and then when I get there, choosing to either stop out or taking that next trade. But I have to stay engaged in the trade to allow me to add to it, because the rules are I can only add to it if I'm already in a trade. So if I want to get that A+ setup, I have to bag hold, which forces me to trade small. So I can calculate. Remember, it's not about how many points you lose. It's about how much money you lose. If you have 10 contracts and lose 10 points, it's the same thing as holding one contract and losing 100 points. You can make that same kind of adjustment when there's a wide, choppy range. Just trade smaller so you can absorb that drawdown without losing money. The trick to trading is not about getting the trade right. It's about managing how much you're willing to trade, because you know what's in front of you. And this exact thing is what I'm trying to demonstrate. And it's kind of like eye-opening to some people, because everybody's relying so much on, I got to get the trade right, whatever. With my A+, as you guys see, I was rocking a 76% win rate this year, right? A+ has worked very well, and effectively 76 is great on a setup that works almost 90% of the time. But if I don't get those, I have to know that, well, what do I do when I'm losing, right? I'm not flip-flopping. I'm not being crazy. I'm just engaged in a trade and then managing the position size the entire time, and using that as really the only strategy I have is being able to add and subtract. And that's it. So that's basically what I'm doing. And it's been the challenge has been really hard, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like, really, really, really hard. What's one thing the rocket scooter can spot before the market moves? How do you know it's really smart money activity? What is the one thing rocket scooter can spot before the market moves? So resilience is an arbitrage indicator. If resilience is greater than 0, then the index wants to be on this side of this white box. Resilience is this white line. And as NASDAQ was tanking down in here, this white resilience is still greater than 0, which shows that the stocks are not filling their gaps at that point in time. So NASDAQ overshot and then immediately returned to test yesterday's close, because the stocks were doing the same thing. So this white, orange, and blue are actually predictive indicators for arbitrage. So that's one thing that they do. How do I know it's really smart money activity? The other thing that we do that does identify what you call smart money or dealer activity is going to be liquidity maps. These bull zones and bear zones are filtered from the options market based on an algorithm that we have that can identify market maker positions in options. We look for options that are proven to be in a zero risk trade using tandem auxiliary markets. Example is if you see 100 contracts being bought in an option and you see 10,000 shares being sold, you know around that time that those two are likely connected or hedged. So we find all these balancing act options and believe they belong to market makers, and then we just map it out. So these zones that you see and these hedge pressures you see are all dealer activity. So an example of dealer activity is when you break through hedge pressure, this orange line right here, volume becomes erratic and chaotic. We already see some of that right now. Breaking through orange is kind of really not that good of a sign. NASDAQ is sitting on the edge of disaster right here. Hedge pressure, Hedge pressure, it's trying to bounce a third time. But as you see, when you get there, the activity starts to kind of like amp up a little bit. This is all about gamma exposure of dealers. So when that gamma's total overall net gamma exposure is maximized at this orange level, when you get there and break through it, markets will flip out and go crazy. How do I decide when to cut losses versus letting a position run? So the example is I have a set loss per trade that I aim for. I don't stick to it fully, but I aim for about 3% of my account per trade. This is just a mat thing. You can choose whatever you want. And about 12.5% per day, worst case scenario. It's going to be very rare that I hit 12.5% multiple days in a row. Friday and today both got pretty close. And both of those days I got chopped out and squeezed out. So I already have a set limit of how much I'm willing to lose. And what I do is I know how many strong pivots I have nearby. This light gray, this dark gray, this blue and this orange, all of these are real strong pivots. These all cluster up here. This kind of is by itself there. Two really strong sets of pivots. I know I want to trade both of them, trade 1 and trade 2. So then I just know that I take a certain stop every time, which on S&P and NASDAQ is going to be 10 and 40 points is my normal stop below my last pivot. So I know that if I'm going to take this trade and this trade, and I got a 10-point stop here, I know exactly how much that trade is going to lose before I even enter it. Like when the market's up here and I'm already thinking, okay, I'm going to take this, I have to take a random trade here. I already know how much I'm going to lose before I even push the button. So if you're not doing that, you're a step behind traders that are making money. Every time you push the button, you better know not how many points you're going to lose, not where you're stopping. You need to know exactly how much money you're going to lose. That's really what matters. Don't try to think of trade as I need to get this many points or that many points. Think about it as money. So when I enter that trade, I'm like, okay, max I'm going to be down about 10K if I'm wrong on all of this, right? And then I know, okay, that's within budget. If I do my little calculation and say, well, I'm going to long here, add there, stop there. Okay. What's the total? Oh, shoot, that's 25,000. Okay, that's too much. So let me adjust my position. Instead of doing 1 and 2 and 10, let me do 1 and 2 and 6 or something. That way it stays within budget. That's how I do that. Answer that question that you have is how to decide when to cut losses is when I enter the trade, I have a same setup I always do. 10 points below my strong pivots, and there's 4 of them clustered here. So that's the point of no return that I'd like to be long at. And then I take 10 points off of that as my stop. And just make sure my position size is small enough such that when I do take that loss, it's exactly within target. And I'm never surprised. I'm never shocked because I've already assumed I can lose $12,000 a day. On a $100,000 account, I'm not going to cry over that, right? That's not that big of a deal for that size account for me. How do you decide what your losses per day is? It's a personal thing. Don't use my rules. That's what I'm comfortable with. I have a rule of thumb that says essentially, what's the max loss you're going to take? Well, take the max you'll take per day and multiply it by 5. And that's how much you'll lose in a week. If you lose that much in a row, so example is 12.5% is my maximum total loss. Like I just get screwed every single trade. I'm going to pull the plug there and just be done. 3% is normal for trade. So the idea is you take your max daily loss that you want to have and multiply it by 5. Then imagine yourself 5 days later losing that maximum loss every 5 days or 5 days in a row. And if you feel like you got kicked in the stomach, like you are nauseous to the point of throwing up, then that number is too big. And that's a good gauge. It really is a good gauge. If you have a really shitty week and you are just defeated by the time Friday night comes around, you're a shell of your former self. You don't want to have fun. You're not out with your friends. You're kind of like sulking around the house. That number is too big. So make that number so small that if you take 5 losses in a row or 5 losing days in a row at max loss, which should never happen, you should never be unlucky every trade, every day for 5 straight days. You're going to have some wins mixed in there. So hopefully you're not at your max loss. But hell, worst case scenario, I've lost every trade, 4 or 5 trades a day for 5 days in a row. That's the worst you're ever going to do. That's the worst luck you'll ever have. And as long as you walk away from that being, well, I'm cool, then no trade will ever surprise you and make you flip out to where you make dumb decisions because of a loss. If you do that rule of thumb, I promise, find what's comfortable for you. And then when you do take a lot of losses, you don't, in the middle of the day, do something dumb on top of a loss to compound it even further. If I lose $3,000 on a 100K account, I'm perfectly comfortable with that. I'm not, holy crap, I'm upset on 3,000. I'm desperate. Let me add to it. Let me do something crazy. I need to make rent. I'm not thinking of that. As a matter of fact, if I were to lose 60% of this account, which is $60,000, I wouldn't cry either. I'm very comfortable with losing more than half of this account because $100,000 is, well, I'd say moderately large amount of money, maybe to some people in this chat. For where I am in my life and my trading, $100,000 is not something I'm going to be sad about if I lost all of it in a month. That's why the challenge, I consider this a small to medium-sized challenge because for most people watching me trade, $5,000 to be too small, watching me trade $1 million to be too big to randomly trade. So 100,000 is enough for me to say, if I lose all of it, well, yeah, I could have bought something with that, but I'm not going to cry over it. So I choose all these numbers to make myself feel comfortable with every trade I make. And because of that, you'll have the ability to not let your emotions dictate how you trade once you do take losses. Every loss I take is well within target. You never see me sweat. I might be like focusing on a trade, but I'm never like, I never panic. I never go tilt. And if you do something like this for yourself, you might eliminate that one thing that's been bothering you, which is like, man, I keep going tilt. What do I do? When you go tilt, it's because of the sticker shock of a loss. Two things happen when you lose really big. When you lose too big, more than you're comfortable with. If you lose it all in a single day and you're bag holding beyond your comfort zone, you're going to do something stupid right here on top of the loss you're already in because of desperation. You will do stupid stuff here. Bag holding, all in, fuck it, I'm all in. Let's go all in. You'll do something dumb like that. The other thing is at the end of this day, when you're beyond your comfort zone, you're going to lose all of this money because you set a stop there, but you accidentally bag hold, and now you already took like 5 times the loss you normally would. Then tomorrow, say you long the market and the market like dips a little bit and dips a little bit, you're peeing your pants at that point. And then finally, when it turns a little bit of green, you're going to stop out early because you're so gun shy because of yesterday's loss that you miss out on the long. And then you do something stupid there by jumping in at the high. This is probably most of you. And I know you're probably like, oh my God, he's like literally in my room right now. If you take too big of a loss, the next day you're going to be scared to make money. You let your losers ride beyond what you're capable of letting them ride emotionally and physically on this chart. And then you're so scared to make money, you'll pocket anything you get. And that psychology is the first thing as a trader emotionally that you have to get over. And the best strategy to get over that is a challenge like I'm doing is forcing me to trade small. When I'm like, crap, I'm in bag hold 60 points. Shit, normally it's 10. Okay, well, I better trade as small as I can. And is that okay? Yeah, I'm only down $4,000. Perfect. This is forcing me into that mentality of position size is everything. I need to control how much I lose and never go over. And that keeps you from losing more money than you're comfortable with losing. And then it doesn't make you gun shy the next day. If I lost 12,000 today, I don't come back tomorrow and be like, oh my God, a new day. Oh boy, I'm way down. I got to do something crazy. Okay, I'm making money. Let me pocket it. I made $1,000. Yes. I lost 20,000 yesterday and I made 1,000 today. That's huge negative R&R, right? You're not going to make money that way over time. So designing your trading according to that comfort level, the 5-day rule is that if on day 5, you feel like you're going to throw up, you're trading too big. And I mean too big. And if you're normally trading 5 mini contracts and you feel sick to your stomach, don't be like, okay, let me just trade 4. No, trade 5 micros, like drastically start small. Don't stay high at the high end of the spectrum and then work your way lower. Literally make a drastic change tomorrow and start really small and then inch your way higher. So I tell people, if you start feeling sick to your stomach at the end of a week because you're losing too much, trade 1/10 of the normal size, literally 1/10. If you're trading too many, start trading 2 micros. That confidence will immediately start coming back because you're losing $50, $100. You used to lose 10,000 a day. Now you're losing $200 or $300. You start to feel, okay, things are good now. Okay, I can manage this. This is fine. And then start adding 1 micro, 2 micros, 3 micros until you get to that point of comfort. And then stop at that point. You start feeling sick again. And then that's your limit. And now you found your max position size. And in my boot camp, I actually teach that. That is the max position size. You decide that by the do I feel sick to my stomach roll. It's really helpful. At what point do you increase the sizing? I increase the sizing relative to my account size. So an example is if the margin requirement to trade something is, say that a micro is a $2,000 margin requirement, and my sick to my stomach rule forces me to trade 3 micros, okay? That's where I'm no longer feeling sick. Okay, so every $2,000, the margin requirement I make, then I up it to 4. If I make 2,000 more, I up it to 5. If I make 2,000 more, I up it to 6. If I lose 2,000, I lower it to 5. If I lose 2,000 again, I lower it to 4. The account gets smaller, you trade smaller. Account gets bigger, you trade bigger. And that's it. So every amount of margin requirement I build, I add that much more position to my max. It's a beautiful system I teach in the boot camp, which, by the way, I made a tweet. You guys are welcome to go to my Twitter account. I made a tweet, and if you go follow the rules there, that this time around, boot camp is starting in December. We did say January, but we're going to throw one in right for the holidays because I want to do something very special for y'all. The first 1,000 people that respond to that post with the instructions will come to boot camp for free. I'm giving away 1,000 free seats to boot camp this time. So if you've always wanted to take our boot camp, you can do it for absolutely free. Go to my Twitter account, check it out. This is the stuff we teach in the boot camp, position sizing and all that. How do successful traders decide when to take a break or step back from the screen? And how do you share an example of when this pause prevented mistakes or led to bigger decisions? So as I got better at trading, I don't decide to take a break from the screen until I've hit a max loss or the market conditions are designed, or sorry, the design of my trades no longer work because the market conditions have sort of broken all structure. An example today, if NASDAQ breaks this 937 level and is down here, I've lost structure. I've got no trades. I probably will step away. As I've learned, as I'm kind of different than a lot of traders out there because I have an actual mechanical edge, I have setups that work like 90% of the time. And because of that, I have to take it every time. For my strategy to work, I have to hit it every time. Every single time we touch bear zone top, I'm going to engage in a long. Now, today it was flip-floppy. Today was it won once, it won twice. It lost once, it won here, it lost here, right? It's still greater than 50%, but I have to attack it every single time because statistically it works more often than it doesn't. So I don't usually take a break until I've hit max loss for the day. But if I have these like 90% setups, I hit it every single time. But I have such control in my position sizing that I don't ever feel like I'm over trading, even though I might trade sometimes 2 times a day, sometimes 20 times a day. Because it's all within the same tolerance of my loss, I don't ever have to step back because I don't ever feel like I'm over trading. I only trade exactly when I need to. But now somebody that's just getting started, the opposite is true. You're not going to have an edge. You're not going to have consistency. And when do you pull the plug and take a break? And in reality, it's the same situation as position sizing earlier. If you start to feel any sort of way, take a break. For some of you, that break should be for the rest of the day. If you're starting to feel anxious, nervous, your heart rate's up, I don't know, depressed, sad, angry, happy. If you're too happy while you're trading, also step away. Don't let emotions take over. Like, stay focused on the job. The minute you start feeling anything, like, draw a box around feelings. Like, this is the way I like to tell people as well. Draw a box. Like this, let's draw like, a spectrum here. Let's call this dead. You're just dead. You're no longer alive. You're a corpse. Okay. So you have no pulse. You have no emotions, right? And then of course, now you're going to have a sort of spectrum of, where you can be. And then this is like, we'll call this like spiritual, right? You've ascended into like a new plane of existence. Okay. Right. Then we're going to have just like a 0 point. And a 0 point is going to basically just be like, you feel nothing. Like you're just a robot, right? Nothing. You don't feel happy. You don't feel sad. And if you feel inside of the spectrum, if you start feeling like you're ascended, like you have godlike powers, you might want to stop trading. If you feel like you don't even want to leave the house, you kind of want to stop trading too. But don't let those extremes happen either. I'm going to draw like a box right here around where you really should be trading. And probably this limit right here is when you're celebrating, right? Celebration is the limit to the high side of emotions. If you're done with the trade and you're calling your friends to brag about it, or you're high-fiving your friends, you're trading too big. If you're making something that makes you celebrate in a single trade, you're trading too big. So celebration is your upper limit. Don't trade so big that you're celebrating your wins. Also, on the lower limit, where do you cut out, right? If you feel hurt in any way possible, and I mean the smallest bit of hurt, like it hurts, like you lose the trade and you're like, oh, that sucks, or oh man, I'm sad, oh man, hurt or confused. Put them both there. Confused is a different thing. Confused is you have no idea what's going on. You need to cut out anyways. If you're hurt or confused about your feelings, which can be anywhere inside of here, get out. I guess confused is sort of all of it. If you feel confused anywhere inside of this, right, get out. If you feel hurt or you're celebrating, that's the boundaries. Don't feel hurt when you lose. Don't celebrate when you win. And you're operating where you need to be. That's it. Some of us, like me, may be celebrating on stream to hype people up because I'm putting on a show, a TV show, but that's the TV show. I don't walk down the stairs. Guess what? What? I made $1 million today. What? We're dancing in the living room like that. Because if you're making enough in a single trade that it means that much to you, the next side of the coin, that celebration emotion will put you on the hurt side of the spectrum. It just flip-flops the other way, and it will hurt when you lose that much. So somewhere between hurting and celebrating is about where you need to operate. You might well feel proud of yourself when you make a good trade, but you should be proud of yourself when you make a small loss. You know, pride should exist throughout the entire spectrum of emotions. So remember, that's where you should cut out. If you start feeling too much up, too much down, don't feel ascended like you're now like the god of trading, and don't feel dead like you're so depressed it's over. Cut your emotions pretty thin. And for me, when I lose, I'm like, okay. When I win, I'm like, okay. How many times you saw me come into this chat this month with like 50, 60K on the board? I'm not walking in chat with a smile on my face. I'm pretty robotic. Obviously, I'm proud of myself for winning trades, but I'm not like because when you're overly excited and overly celebrating, you do what's called the hot hand fallacy. You start to believe that you're infallible, and then you just ultimately take too much risk and blow it all up. All right. So start driving in like that middle range. You should be good. And if any point you're starting to feel bigger emotions, just trade smaller. When I say trade smaller, cut it big, 1/10 of your position. And then all of a sudden that pulls you right back into that spectrum where you need to be. You might feel like you're wasting your time. You're trading so small, but you're really just conditioning your emotions back to that right spot where, okay, I lost $50. I made $200. I'm just wasting my time. This sucks. Well, you're not wasting your time. You're retraining your brain to be like, okay, this is a new benchmark. Okay, let me trade a little bigger and a little bigger and a little bigger. Stop trading 10 minis, trade 1, and then step up to 2 and step up to 3 until you start feeling emotions again. And then that's where you need to be. I've trained this to people for over a decade. I've been training traders for a decade. This is literally the best piece of advice I've given people for emotional control. Cut it by 1/10. And again, you're not wasting your time. You don't feel like you're making money, but you're also not losing money. And you're developing your confidence again. And that'll work. It's a good place to start dealing with whatever it is you're dealing with and just inch forward. A lot of people are like, well, I'm trading 10 and I blew up. Let me trade 9. Let me trade 8. No, don't start big and keep the risk high. Keep the risk really low and step forward. And then you'll take your first big loss, when you're trading small and you finally step up. So and you take a huge loss, but then your huge loss is relative to what your huge loss could have been if you were trading big. And then you don't feel as bad. And then you come back and recover sooner. And now you're trading at full capacity again without feeling damaged from like the big loss. Hopefully you guys like this lesson today. Small loss and big profit are inevitable. Yeah. Like you're going to have all kind of stuff happening. Instead of full porting 10 DTE, 0 DTE, just trade 1 0 DTE. There you go. That's it. Protecting your capital changes everything. Yeah, you start to feel that sense of control. Then it's easier to take riskier decisions because you're trading the right position size. And that's really the thing that everybody kind of fumbles with. And this challenge is designed to demonstrate that particular thing. I bag held shit today. I bag held what? 200 points in NASDAQ, and I still made money. Right? Kept my cool, kept my confidence, didn't freak out, didn't get to the bottom, wasn't like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? I'm perfectly within range. And I had no fear of, well, what happens if you blow up? Well, I won't. I had the perfect position size to be able to absorb every bit of that to take that second trade, right? And you don't lose your cool, and you'll have more opportunities to take better trades because you keep your composure intact, right? Your experience, what stock patterns, market behaviors do I notice most often give new traders an edge? Can I share an example where recognizing it led to consistent gains? 0 stock market patterns give traders an edge. Stock market has no pattern. I'm the guy that will preach that till the end of the day. Disagree, agree with me on that. Stock market is unpredictable and has no pattern. It only has statistical things that happen in generalities that happen. There's control systems in the market, and there are predictable volume spikes or volume hotspots in the market. And from there, you can just kind of guess where traders will be. Picking the right direction, the only real focus you have on picking the right direction for most things is a gamble, especially with stocks. With anything that has options, you can kind of guess the flow from hedging. And with the index, you get extra power of watching the stocks underneath it. And that basket, if the stocks are moving up, the index is going to probably move up too. That's an advantage. And these are the only things you have that are advantageous in the market. Everything else is pretty much random. The behaviors that give traders an edge, everything is psychological. It's how big you're trading always will give you an edge. You will start to discover an edge the more trades you take. And the only way you can take more trades, especially when you're a losing trader, is to just trade smaller. Trading smaller is like the catch-all, like Band-Aid that fixes almost everybody's problems. And that really is where your edge will happen. It's not because you're trading smaller, it gives you an edge, but trading smaller prevents you from making all your losses really quick to where you can't trade anymore. And trading smaller gives you more capital to trade with. You can keep trading to discover your edge, whatever it is you're going to do. Somebody said micros changed our life. Yeah, they can. Trading is like just discovering that trading is about not losing money rather than is making money. I don't remember who said this, but I like quoting it. There's a famous trader that said, is that as long as you don't lose money in the markets, the profits will follow. The only way to make money is to not lose money. And the whole point is that you have to work that angle and then profits will naturally come just randomly. But if you make sure that you're always in check emotionally and also with your budgeting and your trades, that's where your edge will be discovered, whatever it is you do. And everything you do that normally hasn't been working, it probably does work because everything's pretty much a coin flip. Your ICT stuff, all this stuff is a coin flip. But if you're able to attack it multiple times without blowing up, then ultimately the edge starts to realize itself if there is one because you're able to keep trading. So statistical edge like I have based on something that I created is something that very few people will ever get to. So your aim will never, and I tell you that, you guys, this is that your aim in trading is never going to be you can beat the market. If you take the assumption that you'll never beat the market, instead you'll just beat other traders in the market, that's another realization you'll have. The market, as random as it is, you'll never be able to beat it. Me, I can beat the market. I have something that's an edge. That took me many, 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 many years to figure out, and maybe you will too. But as far as rare as it is, most traders make money with a 30% win rate, 40% win rate with good risk management. You don't need 80% win rate, taking one-to-one base hits like I do to make money. That's the rarest of the rare. And it will take you a lifetime, maybe sometimes, to get to that level. And it's not even the best level to be at. The best level to be at is the one that everybody shares, which is good risk management. So when you started trading, props and micros didn't exist. Yeah, same here, man. Yeah, when I started trading, we didn't have micros. You had to go in there and lose all your money trading minis. It sucked. But hopefully that answers your question. That edge will be discovered the more you can play in the market. The more you attack the market, the better you go. So props are great because you get to attack the market and blow up and attack the market and blow up and keep doing it over and over and over again with a very limited loss when you lose, right? Anywho, guys, I think I'm out of time. I went over a little bit, but thank you guys for staying, and thank you for your patience with my old crazy internet issues I was dealing with. I'll be live on my stream. It looks like MyFundedFutures is posting that link. You guys can... Oh, wait, hold on. That's a flash form, by the way. There's a form right now for 150K scale account. Drop that in, everybody. Check that out. Get that form. Fill it out. I'll be live on my own channel in a little bit. I do have a sore throat, so I might cut it out early. You guys can come hang out with me for the afternoon. I'll continue trading this market. And I got one random trade I got to make in 20 minutes. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully the long trade works out. All right, we'll see you guys. Thank you, and we'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle moves, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.